And we are live. How's everybody out there doing? If anybody's actually in the side chat right now.
Oh, cool.
Oh, I don't have anybody in there, but
there's always that time in between when you're waiting for the people to come in.
There's a few people in there now.
There you go.
I was going to say there was a few people who kept asking me, when are you going live tonight? 8. Well, it's 8. I'm like, no, it's probably 8 where you're at. It's not 8 here.
Dang, I got to echo. My bad. That was all me. That was nasty. That was all me too.
I didn't hear it. I was afraid to open the YouTube page to look and see who's there because I know we'll pick up an echo if I do.
Yeah.
She's probably going to pull it up on her phone. She likes to monitor the comments off her phone while we talk.
I remember you saying that before.
Yeah. I do know I shared it out on social media. Kristen said he would be in the side chat tonight, and JS, who were both that stubborn and stuff. So,
hey, Canadian vet rider.
There we go.
Yeah, I don't have my computer, so I can't monitor. I'll keep poking at it, and then the computer's over there. Put a video on it, so I'm not moving it. You know, like, oh please, oh please, oh please.
Yeah.
Sorry, all I was dealing with the kid is his TV turns off all of his apps at 8 o'clock.
Oh, so you're about to have a kid come in and throw a fit? Is what you're about to say?
He's getting upset because it's the weekend, but for some reason their weekends are Saturday and Sunday night, and not Friday and Saturday night, like we all think of a weekend.
Yeah.
Hey, Bedlam.
And apparently my wife's home now.
Is that your dog?
That's my pups.
Okay.
Sounds good.
There we go.
The Bent Rim Podcast.
Yes, he's part of the Baggers and Brews crew.
Hey, what's going on? There you go.
And we got Jonesy.
Jonesy's. Hey, Scott.
In here now.
Yeah, we didn't see Scott, right? We didn't see him at Eureka or.
I didn't see him this year. He was at BBB that wasn't a few years ago, and once in a while he'll be passing through this area to go see his dad, and he'll stop and see me.
Right. We missed you, Scott.
Yeah, that BBB looked pretty awesome. I mean, I'd never been there, but first of all, I love barbecue, so that's always a really good start to anything I go do.
There you go.
It's they say it's the second or third largest rally in the United States. I don't know. You know, those numbers are always hard to count because they do it off traffic count and people roll back and forth across those, but that happens at every rally. So it's hard to say, but used to be when it was really going good, they would have close to 400,000 bikes show up in North Carolina.
Wow. I mean, what was Sturgis this year?
485, I think.
Yeah. Not
really?
Yeah, I did a video.
Not what they expected.
No, it was empty.
Yeah. But now it's weird to me because I saw Stevie, the Military Bikers video on Topless Tuesday. And when we went, it was not that packed. And, 3 years ago. And he went and he had to park out in the back 40. We pulled up and parked in 2 rows back from the bar. Picnic table.
Let's see that G Radham. You guys watch him?
I guess that's
it's G Radham, GRAT. God damn it, I can't remember the rest of it. But he was like one of the first 10 people there. They parked him in the back 40.
Yeah.
One of the first 10 people there, and they're making him park way out. I'm like, that's kind of fucked up.
Well, that's Mike's royalty, so why wouldn't they park him right up front?
Huh?
Right, Mike?
They didn't park us. We just pulled up and they're pulled right up by the bar.
I think it's gotten out more than we went. I don't know how many years it had been going then, but I feel like maybe it's gotten bigger and bigger every year because people found out.
You have Pro Monkey. He keeps, promoting it. So it's got definitely.
I got this patch on the front of my vest that says Topless Tuesday. So I think they owe me a few drinks at least.
I got one on my vest.
That's right. I didn't go back for No Panty Wednesday. That was out.
We were in what town is that? Hewlett. We were in Hewlett that Monday before that.
Well, I don't know. When we went, I'm not trying to be mean by no means, but when I think it's topless and you're going to be topless, I wasn't that impressed with what was there when we were. So it amazes me. So I'm guessing they got a little bit different, like what they had at Spring or Bikes, Blues, and Barbecues at the Cat House.
Brought in some professionals.
Well,
it wasn't.
Hog Rock's the same way. I mean, it's not really what you want to see, but you're going to see it. So
I've yet to venture out that way. But hello, Dan, Bob, right? Who else we have in the chat? We got Dan, DDK, Fat Glide.
Dan, Robert, Fat Glide.
There we go. Yep. That's a big chunk of the Baggins and Brews crew right there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Bikes, Blues, and Barbecue.
That's it. Canadian, we already talked to. Jonesy, yeah.
The thing with Bikes, Blues, and Barbecue, and this was a rebuilding year for them because they didn't officially have it for 2 years. I mean, there was stuff going on in Northwest Arkansas, but the Bikes, Blues, and Barbecue Committee didn't have an official event. And so this was their first year after 2 years of not doing it, and they're doing it at an all-new venue. So they had a few, shall we say, some learning curve stuff going on, and the city of Rogers has got some learning curve stuff going on, some things that could be improved, but they've already acknowledged that on Facebook, and I'm sure they're going to work on it. But Pig Trail Harley Davidson knocked it out of the park with vendors. Eureka Springs knocked it out of the park with entertainment and stuff. And the riding's always good no matter what there.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just riding through that area, and I didn't get to ride very much of it, obviously, because I was on my way to Stubborn, but riding in that area was just amazing. Even getting to the Pig Trail was better than anything we have here in Southern Illinois.
Well, that's why you come in April to Spring Fling in Eureka Springs, because it's a lot of fun too.
Yeah, it won't have vendors like JP Cycles and people like that there. I mean, Pig Trail Harley Davidson.
That doesn't bother me. I mean, I like the vendors. I like walking their booths, but I don't go to a rally for the vendors.
Right, I go for the people, quite honestly. So.
Hey, Mike, why did they change the dates of Bikes, Blues, and Barbecue? Because I would have been there with my original reservations.
So
before Stubborn.
We had a live stream with Tommy, the director of Bikes, Blues, and Barbecue. He talked about this on here, but a lot of people don't realize the LPGA has a tournament around the same time.
Oh, wow.
The original date of Bikes, Blues, and Barbecue was based on the fact that the Razorbacks have a set weekend that they play in Texas on neutral territory, which means they'll never a home game. A home game in the Fayetteville Rogers area will overwhelm the hotels, especially if you were to have a bike rally at the same time. So those two cannot overlap. And then there's the LPGA comes in, and they don't have enough manpower for like setting up stages and electricity and all this stuff. The production teams that go along with events like that, if to do Bikes, Blues, and Barbecue and LPGA at the same time. So LPGA has a huge amount of sponsors and money, so he has to work around that. And depending on what their date is next year, on whether he'll be able to move it or not.
Okay, all right, we'll keep that in mind.
That's kind of it. Wasn't he? Somebody complained that he stepped on the ride in the Ozarks rally in Harrison, Arkansas, and it wasn't intentional. But I mean, when you've got a rally for 300,000 bikers and you raise money for charity, you can't also not have it the day that you can have it because it steps on someone else. Sometimes you just have to do what you have to do, and everybody's got to pick and choose which one they're going to go to. Sure.
Okay, I didn't know why. I just rolled with it and kept my original date. I was with Dan and Randy, so we just, did the rides.
I can tell you, if you want to come ride Arkansas and you want to have a good time and party kind of thing, atmosphere, but you don't care about seeing big name motorcycle vendors and stuff like that, Spring Fling is just as much fun as Bikes, Blues, and Barbecue. The roads are in late April are great. Everything's warming up and starting to turn green if it's not already green, and the weather's good enough to get out and ride. The weather was probably better at Spring Fling than it was at Bikes, Blues, and Barbecue as far as temperatures.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It was a little chilly this year at Mike's Blues Barbecue. A couple of mornings, we had a little bit of a cold front, but I mean, we got up to ride the pig trail. It was 46 degrees, and that's not terrible. But that
I woke up pretty damn cold at Hog Rock, so
yeah.
Where's that at? Where's the spring fling held at?
It's Eureka Springs. So basically, the bars and business owners, the Mexican restaurant, things like that, all get together and have little events. Like there was a poker run out of the Switchback. There was a Miss Spring Fling contest at the Eureka at Cat House. The Mexican joint was supposed to have a bike show.
Amigos.
No, it was the Tex-Mex up on.
Oh, the Tex-Mex? Okay.
But yeah, so different places have different things. They had a band in the park and just things like that. But if you want if you want to go to just ride the rides and then have some nightlife that's really kind of hopping, Spring Fling's a great time for that.
Fantastic.
There's an event on Facebook for it. Spring Fling Biker Rally. He's already got the dates for next year posted. I've already put them on my calendar.
Nice. All right. See if we can't make it out there.
I'm looking it up, making notes right now. I'm making notes.
I know.
April 20th.
I can't. I'm on my phone.
how's it being home, Des, after being gone for 8 months?
Well, this trip was only 4 weeks and 4 tires. So, yeah.
Wait, did you get flats or?
I had, on this 4-week journey, I had 1 screw in the tire. I had 1 blowout, and then I had another blowout that took out the front tire, took out the valve stem. So I had 4. 2 blowouts. Yeah.
So
And
you
this
got
is on
blowouts
her
at speed.
camper. This is on
Pardon?
her toy hauler.
Toy hauler. Yeah, on the toy hauler.
Not on
The
the bike,
last
on the
one
toy hauler.
was the double whammy. And that was, I had just gotten off of I-10 and I was on 19 South. So you just roll with it. I have 3 or 4 brand new tires now. I have extra spares. My spares have spares.
Yeah.
I'm glad you made it home, though.
Thank you. Appreciate
Nobody
it.
was hurt.
Nobody was hurt. That's most important. Yep. So today I bought an impact set. Harbor Freight had a really good deal on them. They were $20. So I'll be out there. Vip, 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 vip.
Yeah. Like NASCAR training.
That's it. I'm gonna. That's my next TikTok, right? Wind road therapy pit stop.
See you,
Yeah,
Jonesy.
about the impacts. My daughter had a flat off in college, and somebody put her tire back on with electric impact, and
Cross-threaded all the damn studs.
well, those chrome the lug nuts these days basically have a chrome cover on them.
Yes, those are
Yeah.
garbage.
It strips the chrome cover off.
Yeah.
When you put your lug nut on there or anything else, it just spins. You end up having to rip the chrome cover off.
Yep.
And get a smaller socket to get back to the actual lug nuts. So
Correct.
be a little
Went through that too.
Yeah.
So what's
So
everybody
now you're
drinking
carrying
tonight?
around 2 lug wrenches, one for the ones that have the chrome covers and the ones.
Yep. It's true. The first company, when I had the screw in the tire, they didn't have the proper setting, and they took out 2 of the chrome covers. So now I don't care about those anymore. They have nothing to do with, it's an RV, it's a toy hauler. I'm okay with not having matching little covers.
Yeah.
They're a pain in the ass. Nothing but trouble. I'd rather go without it, like on a regular tire.
Yeah, for sure.
You don't need it. It's irrelevant. Your tires outside do not have little caps on the lug nuts. So why do it?
My daughter's car does.
Oh, okay. Well, I have
Most
a Ram
most of them
2500.
do, honestly.
Pardon, Bus?
And most of them do.
No,
Like-
not the Ram. Not my truck. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Mm.
I was gonna say my Ram had them. My 05 did, at least, because I bought a set of wheels and tires for my 97, and then a few months later I traded it off, so I swapped out the original wheels and tires, and of course the lug nuts wouldn't fit in the wheels because they used a different size lug.
That's what Mike
I
was
tucked
talking
it up in
about.
the lathe and spun the outside of it off so it would fit in there, and then the chrome cover came off.
Yeah.
Get rid of them. You don't need
I put
it.
it back on with silicone and called it good.
Yeah.
So the dates for Spring Fling, if anybody needs them, are April 20th through the 23rd.
I just said that to you.
You were
I
right.
just pulled it up on Facebook.
Yeah. And Jeff will post up in that Spring Fling Bike Rally Facebook group. He'll post stuff like what events they're going to have, what entertainment, that kind of stuff. Jeff, the owner of the Cat House, runs
Cat
that.
House.
So,
Okay.
There, I just hit the interested button, and I will. Here, we'll do this.
That's not too far for you, Busted, is it?
No, not really. Well, that's 6 hours.
You
So
should
it's
probably
really not far, but
you should probably just hit going.
Tell them, Firecracker.
I gotta get permission before I can hit going.
Show 'em what's up.
you learn to ask for forgiveness instead of permission.
That's right. There you go. So is my
I'll
bestie
also
going to
gotta
go?
save up money before I can go too. So
Riding Fish is my new bestie. Where is he at? Are you going to go? I know. He's like,
So there's a rally get together in Branson in April sometime, and I have to figure out when that is. But potentially, we'll see. I can't promise anything.
What
yet.
rally in Branson?
I think it's a very big Indian fundraiser thing. A bunch of Indian.
oh well,
motorcycles.
that's
You might want to make sure that they're still having they're down there closed.
the both of you looked at each other like, what?
Yeah. Everybody's eyes started crossing on this live stream as soon as I said Indian motorcycle. I made sure to wear my shirt. I even told the people, I was like, hey guys.
Oh, that's funny because I'm wearing my Sturgis shirt. Harley Davidson Sturgis.
I even told the people, I was like, hey guys, I don't know if they're going to give me shit or not about having this Indian motorcycle. So,
we'll give you shit. But as long as
That's a
you're
beautiful bike. That is a beautiful, beautiful bike.
It is. I thought it was one of those
Absolutely.
elites at first. I mean, the color of it wasn't just plain white; it had that red and black to it. I thought it was one of those elites.
Yeah,
Isn't
they
that
call it an icon.
part of their
What
color
did you
scheme
say?
is red and black on one of them?
Oh, that's hot.
Yeah, they say it's an icon series.
Oh, is it?
That's what they call it. I
Oh, that's
actually don't even
beautiful.
know what that means. Like, I don't know
Good
why
for you.
that's special, but
The reason I asked about the Branson thing is I keep pretty close tabs on stuff going on here in Missouri. And the only one I knew of in that area was the Gold Wing Riders Association one. And that's in June. And from what I understand, Gold Wing Riders Associations said they're not having any more meetup, like official events or anything this last year. It made some news about that.
Oh, wow.
An Indian thing, but the Indian dealer down in the Springfield area, Branson area, closed up shop, sold all these bikes off. So I didn't know if he's a sponsor for that might affect it.
yeah, it's I'll try to find it here, but it's like a big fundraiser they do. It works a lot with Little Rock, Arkansas, Indian Motorcycle Little Rock, Arkansas is Gregory Polaris.
What's that?
And so yeah, he invited me to it. They were actually having a big thing out in Little Rock during Stubborn American. So I called the owner, and he's probably booting me. No. And I called the owner, Gregory, and I was talking to him about if I could make it out there, go have a breakfast with those guys. And he goes, dude, just tell you what, come out to Branson and let's hang out. And I was like, all right, well then let's do that. So I'm going to look it up here real quick, what it is, but I know that they have a big thing out there. But I already committed to it, but I just can't remember when it is. I just know I'm going.
Memorial Day weekend is when we have our smaller version of Hog Rock here in Missouri, the Mid-America Freedom Rally. It's not as big as Hog Rock, but it is an adult-only rally. Nobody under 18 allowed in.
Oh, wow.
Tent camping, primitive camping. So that's Labor Day week or Memorial Day weekend. We will be there because we actually are involved in putting that rally on.
Oh, that's cool.
It's a lot of work, but it's a lot of fun. But it's a lot more fun when you're not having to work it. But,
I'm sure. That's a lot of work that you definitely put into it.
We were dumb enough to become on the committee, so now we're stuck.
it was basically if we didn't step up and some other people step up, it was going to die. It was going to fail.
Right.
So we didn't want that to happen. It's on its 33rd annual year, and it honors our veterans. It's a big memorial thing. We have a veterans ceremony where we recognize all the branches of service, and they take a wreath over to a veteran cemetery nearby. There's a ceremony for that. There's a Rolling Thunder at midnight.
That's this one, Indian Rally at Hunter's Resort.
Does that sound right? Indian Rally at Hunter's Resort?
Is that on?
Indian Rally on Indian Point. It's in 211 days.
No, good God.
Oh, is that how we're doing it already?
May 14th.
Who's going to do the math on that?
May 14th.
And go.
Let's see. I'm looking it up right now.
Well, anyway, if we make it out to Missouri, let us know. If we ain't doing that day, we might run down just to say hi.
Yeah, hell yeah. I mean, that's what it's all about.
Branson's only 2 hours for us, so.
Yeah, you guys seem to be in the middle of kind of everything. How far was Stubborn for you guys?
We left there at 8:30 in the morning, got home we would have got home. We stopped and ate lunch and we did this and that. I want to say
It was
it's
like a
6.5 hour ride straight through with no stops. You know, like
but I have to have stops.
Sure.
I mean, the
My-
bike needs stops too.
Yeah.
My wrist gets to bother me, so sometimes I have.
You don't have cruise on that new Sport Glide?
I do, but I don't even like using cruise in my car. So I'm like our last 2 trips, I've been working on using the cruise control. The problem is I set it, and then it's like Mike, I catch up to Mike when he's in front of me, and then it's like I shut it down, and then I go to set it again, and I catch up with him again, and so.
That was my problem on the back roads cruising through Arkansas. Was my cruise kept catching up to the person in front of me.
Yeah.
So finally,
And
at some point, I
push
took
the
the cruise
button
off.
And I was like,
No, push it up. So when,
But
I'll get it slow you down, right?
yeah. So but I'll get it figured out. I'm working on it so I can ride the Sturgis next year. So
There you go. Good
There
for
you
you.
go.
that's already booked. That's already reserved. So that's a done
Yep.
deal.
If I had the money right now, my Buffalo chip passes would already be reserved. So
Sweet.
Where do you
But
guys
I probably won't make it this year. So
Yeah.
it'll probably be an every 3-year type thing for me.
That was
That's
supposed to
good.
be our plan. And we didn't make it on our 3rd year because my daughter went off to
she was graduating.
graduating high school and going off to college for the first year. There's Apple Glide.
Yeah, that's the Apple Glide. Hey,
But
buddy.
we held off this year so I could get her off to college. And then, so we're definitely going next year. We've already booked it.
Nice. Where are you staying at?
So we're staying in the same house we stayed at 3 years ago, which is outside of Lead, back toward the entrance to Spearfish Canyon. Up on
Okay.
top of the mountain, next to the ski chalet. Or the house is called the ski
yeah.
chalet. It's next to a ski resort off the mountaintop out there.
Okay, cool.
We got a hot tub.
There you go. That's the way to get it done.
Who cares
I
about?
stay in Custer. I
Last time
like
we
it.
overflowed it though, and then we couldn't figure out how we were going to fill it up because there was no outside faucet to hook the water hose to. They had a water hose, so we had to unhook the washer and hook the water hose to it and run it outside to fill it back up.
When you
That's
put
complicated.
4 people hot tub, that doesn't work out
Yeah.
so well when they get out.
Yeah.
Apple Glide, you should know that your mail, my mail to you, has gone all the way from here in Florida to Missouri to Arkansas to Oklahoma to Texas to Mississippi, and it's still in my saddlebag. Sorry. It's coming though.
Saddlebag on what bike, Des?
Hey, what?
I said, hi, how you doing?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
So,
So
I guess
it's coming, Apple Glide. I'm sorry, Mike?
I was gonna say we're supposed to be talking about Stubborn American. What are we talking about, Busted?
Yeah,
We're
I don't
talking about
know.
everything.
We
I
were
mean-
last talking about Sturgis.
I know.
Yeah. I don't think we're going to cover Stubborn. I mean, that's already happened. That's in the past.
Oh my goodness.
Right now, we're talking about everything that might be happening. So,
Well,
No, that's true.
I'll say this. I did book my spot for Stubborn next year already.
Me too.
Did you?
I did.
I have not, but I'm just going to be tent camping again. So,
So
I'm
they should
holding
find a
off.
spot for you.
I'm holding off till I find out the dates for BBB because if he moves it, he's moving it back 1 week.
Right.
just 1 week.
One
So that
week.
means it's going to coincide with Stubborn?
Yes.
Oh,
So I haven't booked anything for that weekend yet because I've got to find out what they're going to do.
Well, it's always easier to cancel than it is to book.
Well, this year I didn't get where I booked at anyway, so I don't know that it makes a lot of difference.
True that. True that.
But one of the guys I was talking to there at Stubborn, that fifth wheel camper that sets off to the right off the entryway, he paid $270 for that for the entire weekend. That's it. That's not a bad price and it was a nice. It looked like crap on the outside, but it's a nice camper on the inside.
Oh, there you go.
I'm like, that's not a bad deal at all.
No.
Yeah, we'll just have to see what happens with BBB. For us, BBB is a vacation. I mean, I filmed some and we had a few things we had to do, but we knocked out most of the things that we had to do for the channel on Thursday and then went to the cat house on Friday night. And that's fun anyway. So that wasn't a big deal, but we had 10 friends with us and we all went and did things together, took some of them down the pig trail for the first time, things like that. So we had to play tour guide a little bit, but for us, Bikes, Blues, and Barbecue, a lot of our friends are going to go to. So it's an experience to go and share with them versus most of them aren't going to go to Stubborn.
Hey, and I got my cop friend that arrested me. We went to breakfast and I was outside smoking and Mike had went on in and I come walking in and he stands up and he just looks at me and I go, oh, no. But I told him that I was going to have him help me drag Mike to the courthouse and get marriage license and then make him go marry me. And he goes, well, I can tase him to help you out with that.
Oh boy.
Hey, Des, you see DDK's message there?
I do. Yeah. Uh-huh. Listen, a Goodyear, I could use a sponsor.
Yeah.
Right?
I've paid enough money over the last 2 years.
You paid
Good Lord.
enough money in the last 2 months, so
Yeah, there's I have an SUV that has Goodyear. They're brand new, and the truck has Goodyears, and then now I'm on my second set of Goodyears on the trailer. So,
Well, I guess
Bedlam, where are you headed to next year?
who me?
Bedlam was at Stubborn. He was at Hog Rock with me.
Yeah.
He was at Hog Rock in June that I didn't make it to.
Yeah, unfortunately for me, Memorial Day weekend, I'll be in Lake George. So Americade. They changed the dates of Americade because it used to roll right on into Laconia. And now they set it back 1 week so that Laconia it's their 80th anniversary. So that they have the whole chunk and no overlapping.
Oh.
Yeah. So there's a week.
I think rolling into the next one is the smartest thing because they're not that far apart, right?
It's not that far apart at all, but I guess I think it's 32nd annual for Americade and 80th for Laconia. So there's a week in between.
Yeah, I don't know about that back-to-back thing. We had this with Bikes, Blues, and Barbecue and Bike Fest for years. For years, Bikes, Blues, and Barbecue was 1 week after Bike Fest at Lake of the Ozarks. And they're literally 4 to 6 hours apart. And, you would think a lot of people would just go to both. We went to both. We take the week off in between and go ride Arkansas and make a week-long vacation with a rally at each end of it. But a lot of people would either choose one or the other. They couldn't afford time off for both, or they didn't have money for both back to back. Where if they were a month apart or a pay period apart at least, then maybe they could afford to go for a day or something.
Right.
I think it makes a difference if it's a week long or their weekends, or that always makes a difference too. If an extended weekend will cover it, or if it's a whole week followed by another week. Not all of us can take 4 weeks off. I may have been lucky to do that a couple times.
Hey, now I'm retired.
I took 3 weeks off when I went to Sturgis last year. And I only took 2 weeks off, and then I came home and I sent my boss a text message that said cough. He goes, oh yeah, you're going to take sick leave, because I still had sick time to use before my anniversary date, because after my anniversary date I lose all my sick leave. So I should have sent him a text message that just said cough. So that gave me 2 more days because he knew what I was going to do. And then I text my actual supervisor in my department, said, hey, how much work we got right now? He goes, oh, not much. Why? It's like, so it's not going to make anybody have to work overtime if I take another 3 days off? He goes, no, why? I'm like, yeah, I'm getting a new toy, I think. And that was when I bought the new bike.
Oh, good for you. Good for you. Who's going to HD birthday anniversary? Oh, Bedlam. Yes. That would be me too.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm really going, but I'll go to that.
I'd like to.
That's not too far from you, right?
No, it's in Milwaukee, right? It's
in Milwaukee.
Yeah,
it's not far. 5 hours, 4 hours from me.
The hometown.
Oh, that's not bad.
I'd like to go, but I don't know if we'll be able to work it out. It depends on. I mean, if Bikes, Blues, and Barbecue and Stubborn step on each other, that frees up some vacation days. That kind of thing. So it just kind of depends on the schedule. But I thought it was interesting they moved it to July when it's been in September.
Oh, really?
Who thinks they're going to launch a new bike at the hometown rally in July?
No, they would never do that.
Yeah.
You would know better than anybody here.
Right?
Well, they moved it to July for a reason, and they have been launching like their icon models and that kind of stuff in that quarter, fiscally for, different reasons. I think it's, every quarter they're trying to do something different to jump the stocks, to get into the news cycle and all that stuff.
Sure.
This year they launched that enthusiast, the GI enthusiast, didn't they?
Yeah, July? They did. And then they launched the Apex in August at Sturgis. But I don't think they'll launch something at Sturgis next year. I think they'll do it at the hometown rally because that's their big deal next year. That's their
sure. Makes sense.
So I just want to say hi to HD, Jack, and Dallas popping in.
I would also assume that
Lady, I don't think I said hi to her yet.
Moto America's King of the Baggers will probably be in Milwaukee. I'd say a burb or whatever, but in their region that weekend too. I would assume they're going to try to piggyback all of that at one time.
Yeah. Elkhart, isn't that the track that's close to them? Elkhart.
It sounds familiar, but I don't know my tracks. So, but I remember hearing that name before.
There's one of them that's right there in their backyard.
Yeah,
it was right before Sturgis this year.
Yeah.
Right. That was right there in Milwaukee, right area.
Yes. You got me looking it up.
Somebody's got to do all the back work there.
Yeah.
So the Indian guy is looking up the Harley Davidson info.
Elkhart Lake.
Well, I mean, Indian won the King of the Bagger series. You would think I would just know all of this stuff.
They won the first one.
They won
the first one and the most recent one.
And the third one. So,
and was it a Pursuit? Was it a Pursuit that won?
Well, a Challenger.
The Challenger? Okay.
Yeah. And the truth be told, none of those bikes are anywhere close to what the stock bike is. The reality is what wins those races are teamwork and the riders and the teams.
Right.
But those bikes have had two.
Kind of like NASCAR. You're not going to go out and buy that car on.
Right.
A lot.
Like the Indian Challenger they run in Moto America runs the FTR front suspension.
Correct.
Yeah,
it does. Yeah, it runs the FTR front forks. It runs 112 cubic inch motor, not the 108.
Right.
They sell fire.
I've read the actual rules about the classes and what they can run and what they can't and everything else and stuff. And in the end, it's the bike has. It's just like NASCAR. The bike has to resemble a certain stock bike, but in the end, they're nowhere near like what you're going to buy off a dealer floor.
Correct.
Yeah.
But I will say that first year they did it, that was a lot less tech. That was the 108. That was the 131. This the normal stuff.
Yeah.
But Harley got their ass whooped so bad in that they brought like $5 million to the budget starting last year. So it's been fun watching these guys go back and forth.
But like I said, I think the rider has a lot to do with it. The race at Daytona, those guys obviously didn't work. Some of them didn't work as a team with the draft. and things like that. And if you watch NASCAR and you watch them at Daytona,
Right.
they work the draft or they don't win. That's how it is. You can't win it on your own. You've got to work with someone and work the draft to win at Daytona.
Yeah, but those Wyman brothers that run the Harley factory team, those are some hell of riders. They're not slouchy. Those are amazing. They both race and run MotoGP.
Right.
They do not, they're not
They don't
slouchy.
stop.
So they're good riders. So I wouldn't take anything away from those guys by any means at all.
Right. I'm not saying that, but that's what they weren't in the position to work as a team, and they come in the last lap, and there was another guy on a Harley. And he tried to drag race through the final stretch, and somebody drafted off somebody else and slingshotted past him.
Oh, it was such a whooping in Daytona this year that the second day Indian was all 3 spots. They took the whole podium. I was there live at that race.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it wasn't even close. It was pretty nasty. It gave me high hopes for the season, and then the next week it was pretty horrible.
I have to say, a lot of it has to do with how they ride and how they work together and things like that too. It's not. The racing is a lot more than just the machine itself.
Correct.
Oh yeah.
Cool.
It doesn't matter what kind of racing it is.
So when King of the Bagger series came to Minnesota, I was invited by one of the Indian teams to hang out with them for the weekend. And I got to wrench on it. I got to work on the bikes, hang out with Frankie Garcia. He's one of he used to race for Roland Sands. But yeah, I got to hang out with those guys. He was piloting that bike that year, or that race or whatever. So it was interesting to see it done. They're not that much different, actually. I don't believe they're that much different than the stock bikes.
They're looking at 200 pounds somewhere.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, there's a lot of electrical gone, dashes are gone. I mean, no, I'm not
Carbon fiber and
yeah, of course. I mean, I get that, but
different, 100% different. Wheels are 50% lighter.
But like those 131s, like everything you can get, I'm pretty sure you can order right out of the catalog for Harley Davidson.
Except for the high tuning.
Well, yeah, they probably run like Thundermax tuners or something anyway. No EPA tuner, that's for sure.
I'm sure they don't run a tuner. I'm sure they reprogram the ECM. That's what guys do that don't worry about the EPA. They just reprogram the ECM. I don't have a tuner on my bike. It's tuned by a machine that rewrites
the Thundermax is a whole new ECM. So
correct. And I think most of them will use like that one because it's an ECU that can be tuned very easily.
Busted, what are you doing?
I got a little gnat that flies around here every once in a while, and that's what I've been trying to kill for the last 2 hours.
Okay.
Either that or that moonshine bro is working real good right now.
It's not working that good.
Speaking of moonshine, Mr. Michael, I did not. Did you have a little special elixir or something like that?
Where?
What? Okay.
I had a bottle of whiskey at Stubborn.
Salted caramel.
You didn't get a shot?
I did not.
Oh.
Yeah, it was the Old Smoky, wasn't it?
Yeah. Old Smoky salted
I feel left out. I feel deprived. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think you're the only one that did Riding Fish. Did you get a shot?
I did not. I'm in the same cool kid boat as my.
But I really don't remember a whole lot of the nightlife.
Mike, what'd you say?
So I had it down at camp, so we probably just didn't have it out at camp when you came by. I don't usually pick it up to the stage and that. I keep it at camp because it won't last long if I break it out in the crowd.
10-4. I gotcha. So you owe me a shot. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
like I'm from New York City. I'm in Florida now, so we don't have things like that.
Well, Smoky Salted Caramel, you can order online and buy. It's out of Tennessee. It's not. I won't say it's in Walmart, but it's in most good liquor stores and stuff.
Okay. 10-4.
It's not homemade or anything like that. It's really good though.
If you want some good moonshine, I'll get you some for the
That's
next
my girl. That's what I'm talking about.
Do you like jalapenos?
No, I'm sticking to the strawberry.
Ooh. We're going to be best friends forever, April.
Actually, I was going to bring some to Stubborn American, but the guy didn't have any of his made, so I could get it from him. So I'll get
we
some.
had 3 different kinds of moonshine at Spring Fling, though.
Oh, yeah. Spring Fling, if you come there, I'll have moonshine.
Woo! Now you're going
to her get drunk on the moonshine, you get the babysitter.
April, we'll just sit there together and do our thing.
The problem is I don't sit, and I used to run my mouth a little bit too much.
Oh, okay.
That's where the firecracker comes from.
Oh, gotcha. Gotcha.
You didn't know the fuse was moonshine.
I did not know. Now we all know.
Yeah. That's what it really takes to get her talking, huh? Is moonshine?
It can be rum. It can be Crown Apple. It doesn't have to be moonshine. It just has to have
okay.
I gotcha. I have a question for Mr. Fish. You ready?
Yeah.
Did you get that mash smell off of everything?
No, yes, I did. Actually, the river was pretty nice. So
okay.
It did a pretty good job getting most of it. And then, I let it do its little air dry. There was a couple things, like I don't really need the socks, right? So the socks I didn't even attempt to bring back. I think the underwear I left, I did bring like the shirt, hoodie, or shirt and under. No, I was wearing a tank top, I think.
You were a tank
top, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, so tank top and shorts, they came back with me. That's my gym stuff. That's a lot. They won't know where that stink came from. It's probably always been a little bit something.
But it didn't soak into the skin where your wife, whenever you got home, goes, "What's that?"
No, yeah, I mean, she probably did that anyway, but I don't know if,
How do you even describe what happened with that?
Yeah, I don't know. I'll tell you what, though. My team, we were fairly, so let's fast forward or rewind this for everybody. At Stubborn America this year, they did a tug of war contest, and there was, I think 6 teams, I believe. And I put together a team real quick. We ended up going to the championship round where I was the front of the team. And yeah, I did not win, which means I had to go for a swim. And it was 250 gallons of mash.
Vodka mash.
Which what? Vodka
mash.
Yeah, vodka mash. So it had like the wheat in it, and it had like, it's the very vinegary, like, fermented smell. And then it was mixed with some water. It was probably less water than that's in vodka, but
like prison hooch.
Yeah. It was pretty fun, but it was pretty potent. And so that's what we're referring to, is that I ended up going for a good swim. That's actually the only video that I've released from my Stubborn America trip. So was me taking that swim.
Yeah, that was more like a cannonball kind of.
Yeah, I laid it out there. I figured, well, first of all, it wasn't super deep, and I had kept seeing people jump in, and all I'm thinking about is y'all are going to sprain a knee. And so I figure if I spread out and I cannonball it or whatever, and maybe I don't get so nasty. But I got quite a bit of people
right at me.
What'd you say?
Said whenever you did that, it splashed literally right in my direction.
Yeah.
Broke one leg. I'm like, not even doing the tug of war. I'm still in this thing.
Yeah, listen, if I have to go in, somebody else is going to fill it too. All right.
I can't believe the rest of your team didn't jump in. Just like one more person on your team jumped in.
Yeah, one guy did. Yeah. The fellow Minnesotan. What was that?
Was it Friday afternoon when you guys did that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I was down in Antlers because I missed it all, but
no, we were sitting at the campground. Yes.
Well, I had to go into Antlers Friday afternoon, so I wasn't sure.
That was probably right around that moonshine got open. Never left.
No worries. I missed it too. I was up in my RV. I think I was cooking.
Yeah.
And I heard all the commotion.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the heck is going on down there?
I don't normally do it. Like I usually will like talk a lot of shit and have a lot of fun and stuff like that. But I've never done games, and and I have an ego, so it doesn't take much to like get me to sign up. I just normally don't have to do it.
You did really well in the slow race though.
I attempted to do the slow race. I didn't know there was a professional ringer in the slow
Oh
race.
my God. He was a ringer in like almost every event.
Anything that went
Dude.
slow, he could do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was,
That dude
what was his name? The kid.
Yeah.
I invited him to our rally because we've got a guy at our rally called Mopar Joe, and that would be a competition because Mopar Joe pretty much wins about every field event he enters. You know the game where you ride along and you pick the cone up off the ball off the top of the cone, go down, turn around, then you have to put it back on the cone as you go back.
We've never done it that way, but
I've seen them done it like that 2 up, and the girl in the back picks the cone balls off, then she puts them back and stuff. Mopar Joe does it by himself, and everybody else does it 2 up, and he still beats them.
Oh, wow.
When we do it at Hog Rock, it's just they have the ball in their hand and they have to just set it down on the cones. But they're allowed the rider's allowed to put their feet down.
No.
I'm like, it's not right.
Oh, man. He did the board in one shot.
Yeah.
And he was the only one to make
I wasn't
it through.
there for the rodeo. I missed the rodeo completely because I was out riding that day.
Yeah, don't do that.
The mini bike races, and then I didn't get very good footage.
That's the thing. Once you're there, once the games have started, that was on Friday, you just park the bike and enjoy being at Stubborn American. In my opinion, it's not a riding rally.
Right.
There's plenty of riding done there, though. I mean,
yeah, there was people that went out and did the Talamina Trail and stuff like
that.
True.
I did that the day beforehand. I did it on Thursday. But
I didn't get to ride on Thursday because I was still riding in. I rode that Winding Star or whatever it is.
Winding Stair. Yeah, we came in that way.
That was an amazing ride.
Winding Stair.
Hell, I thought that was part of the Talamina. Then I found the Talamina after I finished the Winding Star. I'm like, oh shit. Guess I need to ride.
Yes, it was nice. It is a beautiful ride, for sure. Fish, did you get to ride the Talamina?
Nah, I rode there and I rode home. That was
10-4.
I jumped on that freeway. I went after it. I was so damn tired. We were supposed to, it was from my doorstep to the campground was 787 miles.
Wow.
And on the ride there, we went straight there. You know, it took us longer. We got in kind of late, no big deal. But then on the ride home, shit, we were shot. I haven't slept in a tent in like 15 years. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. This is not how I do it. All right. I'll find a hotel with a hot tub, and normally I convince the person working the desk to let me stay late. They're always like, the hot tub closes at 10 or midnight or whatever. And somehow I convince them to, if I'm real quiet and I don't say anything, let me just go in. And normally I get my way. So this whole, at the end of the night, go back and sleep on an air mattress was a whole nother story.
So did you rent a glamping tent for next year or what?
Man, I got a tree house for next year.
You got one of the tree houses next year.
Yeah, I was like, I'll take it. Fuck it.
Nice.
Let's do this. So
good for you.
I'll bring
I've
a
never
tent.
seen anybody at the glamping tents this year. It doesn't mean there wasn't somebody there, but I never seen anybody going into them, around them.
Earlier in the week, there was 2 ladies traveling through, and they spent a couple of nights in the glamping tent. They were hanging out at the clubhouse. I got there on Monday, something like that. So we were there for a couple of days beforehand.
We stayed in a tent last year at Stubborn American. It was probably the first time we stayed in a tent in years. And we stayed in the tent.
And it rained last year.
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
it was cold.
Yeah, it would rain the night we got in, and we actually slept in a camper that night because we hauled our friend's camper down, and we didn't bring bikes. He was already there
the whole way.
Right.
We drove through the rain to get there, and so with the first night we were in a camper, but then we set up tent the next morning, spent the rest of the weekend in a tent. That was our first time tent camping, and we've done it 2 or 3 times this year. We rented a yurt at Lake of the Ozarks, and if you go to a park and you get a yurt, that's a whole different deal. You get a air-conditioned tent basically building with a bed in it and couch and electric and everything else, and you can get it for $50 a night.
Wow, that's a great price. Great price. Yeah. So what was your favorite event?
This is a hell of a little party. It's just like Hog Rock. There's a little bit of riding to be done, but not very damn much.
Yeah. But
it's a hell of a party.
Well, we were at a hell of a party. What was your favorite event?
The whole thing that I was there for. I mean,
10-4? You don't have one specific
I didn't compete in anything, so no, I don't
Okay.
have a specific.
10-4. I was very impressed with the slow races.
No, they were fun, but I didn't compete in anything. I didn't.
I got you.
I'm gonna bring my slow race event next year. Fuck this.
There you go. That's what I want to
And that was
hear.
my first time ever entering it, and I got better as we went on.
Right. Because you didn't know what to expect.
But whenever a kid goes like this, as soon as they say go, and then just stays right there,
Right.
you just
Oh
go,
yeah.
oh fuck.
No,
Then
I
he
tried.
goes
I
like
tried to.
this and just barely moves 2 inches.
No, I
stays
try to
right
tell
there.
people that he still hasn't crossed the line yet. I mean,
Right.
it's only been 2 weeks, so he probably has like another
You're
day
right.
or two. He's
You are
gonna cross
correct.
the line. So, but no, I don't practice that shit. I don't do none of that. That was, and you know, I've tried to think I'm a good rider often, and I do think my bike's balanced really well. It was fully loaded, which is a whole nother thing. I was like, I
Yeah.
should have taken some shit off.
You should
There
take
was somebody
everything
there
off.
that had not. It wasn't a Grom. It was a fake Grom.
Oh yeah,
And that guy didn't. Like it should be the bike that you rode in on.
Yeah.
yeah.
Because that guy didn't ride
Well,
that.
have to be able to ride.
Yeah, because that was unfair. Thank God he didn't win, because it was unfair for him to participate with that little bike while you have a full loaded down bike.
Yeah.
So
And even the kid, his bike is not light either.
No, it wasn't. He was on a.
So
like
wait
a
till
road
somebody
team.
shows up at the bike games with an electric motorcycle, because it happened. At our event, we had a guy show up with a Zero dirt bike. It's electric,
Right.
and he entered it in a slow ride, and he thought he was going to whip everybody till he met Mopar Joe. He didn't end up. He won one event, I think, out of the whole
I don't
deal.
remember.
But he thought he was going to clean house with that electric motorcycle because he doesn't have to operate a clutch or anything else and stuff. But it's not, I mean, if guys like Kid that are been doing this for 30 years are going to be hard to beat no matter what you're riding.
Right. But it's still an unfair advantage to have a very, very light little bike as opposed to some of the other. Even Western Customs, he had a full bike too. That's a big bike.
You run into the problem with doing games, though, is where do you draw the line? Do you set up classes like the arm wrestling? Do you set up weight classes and say that, this guy's, 150 pounds heavier than me. I can't wrestle him. I mean, it's for fun. So we just make the best of it. But yeah, it gets tricky, especially when you're putting on an event and you have that happen and you're like, okay, what do? I got one electric motorcycle. I can't make him run against another electric motorcycle. So,
Right.
You just try and wing it.
Put him with automatics. Well, there still ain't very many damn automatics that are out there either. So
I just say run it. Fuck it. I don't care. I didn't care. You could have put me against anybody. I would have won against anybody.
10-4.
I didn't really care. All I know is that I'm gonna put a little time into slow racing. Yeah, a little
Now-
bit.
Practicing. Now, dude,
Usually I'm the opposite. I'm trying to get that's why I lost. I keep telling everybody I lost to the Harley because I'm faster than him. I don't know. Like it just happened.
Mike, help me out here. Is it bad for your clutch to do a slow race?
For sure.
yeah,
Okay.
Is it hard on your clutch? Is what you're asking?
it's hard on your clutch.
Is it
not really
detrimental
bad,
to
but
your
it's hard on it.
motorcycle?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. I could tell my clutch was hot as hell at the end, especially me because I was trying to do two things. So I didn't know what to do. So inertia. So if your motor is going fast, like this, I should do this way better. It kind of like will stabilize your bike, keeps it upright.
Puts it under
Then
tension.
What?
Put your bike under tension too. Put a little pressure on the back brake.
Yep. Well, then the other thing my thought was I know how the physics works. It holds your bike up, right? So you don't fall over so easy when your motor's going. My other thought was, well, maybe the noise will fuck with the guy next to me. So I purposely was even louder, like higher revved than I wanted to, just to see. You don't know, right? I have no idea. I've never done it before. But I'll say at the end, my clutch was like, hey, dude, do you know what you're doing?
Yeah. Okay.
Good thing there's a warranty still, right?
Yeah, on a
Oh,
clutch.
no, wait.
Yeah. I mean, they'll probably take good care of me. My dealers and stuff work real well with me. So,
All right. 10-4. Mike, what was your favorite event? The arm wrestling?
for sure.
No.
No?
It was fun, but it was not, Probably
Come on,
my
Fish.
favorite event is seeing everybody have a good time down there.
Okay,
Go
I
down
gotcha. It
when
was a good time.
when they bring the veterans up and they do the costume contest and all that, and everybody's kind of letting loose and being themselves and having fun.
Oh, I have pictures of Busted. He's a veteran. Thank you very much for your service, sir.
Thank you.
So, yes, Busted had some. He had a beverage.
I did have a
Or
beverage
two.
there for 7 or 30 or somebody drank all my beer one night. I don't think it was all me.
Gotcha. All right, it was a good time for sure.
What was your favorite?
The costumes were very creative. I have to say that.
That one dude in the stilts,
Oh my
the
God.
ghillie suit.
Woo. He came prepared, and he kept that
The
quiet.
guy was like 7 foot tall already, and then he got on 1 foot stilts.
But the Taco Bell,
Oh, that right.
and they didn't win. If the Taco Bell people and were very creative with that, and they won last year, right? Am I correct on that? I think they were the couple that won last year.
I think he won because he wore the outfit and had the tits.
He had the fake tits and
and
they were beer dispensers.
Yeah, you could go up and drink beer out of them last year.
Very, very creative, that's for sure. But the Peter Pumpkin Eater, they won.
Yeah.
I think because she twerks better.
I think because she flashed her tits too, didn't she?
I'm not sure that's all she flashed.
Yeah.
I was just going to leave it at twerking.
So was everybody this was everybody else's first year there?
This is my
That was
first
my
year, yes.
year.
Our
And then I missed the costume party. I missed that contest, actually.
What
Uh-oh.
were you doing?
How'd that happen?
I don't know. I'm not sure what I was doing, actually. I never left, so I'm not
Just taking
sure
a nap.
yeah, maybe.
dragged off to the river again.
Yeah, there was one point where I was like gone and I came back and I had missed that and then the cat house girls with all the veterans. I missed it all.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that whole
my favorite part.
I missed the whole thing. I don't know. I mean, I've seen videos of it since then, and I'm like, I wasn't there for that. I don't know. I'm not sure what happened.
Busted, do you have any recollection of that?
Yes, I remember all of it, especially what I have on video.
Okay.
I remember going up there.
Okay, just making sure. It was a good time, that's for sure.
For you guys that were first timers this year, I would say the Saturday night crowd was down a little bit from last year. I know some people had to cancel from Florida, Shade Tree and some of them, and the Badgers left and some of that. So I would say last year there was more costumes, more partying on Saturday night as far as the size of the crowd.
Okay. It did seem a little subdued.
Last year, I feel like when they did the drinks for the veterans, it took way longer than it did this year. And then on top of that, then they just this year they did the contest people go up and get drinks. But last year, I'm pretty sure they just did anybody in the crowd at a point could go up stage and do the shots too. So it took forever last year.
Gotcha.
To go through all that.
That might be why they didn't do it this year.
Yeah.
And they had the two gentlemen on the stage making sure that directing traffic, so to speak.
There
were some things that were better this year too, like the bar having hard liquor. Last year there was no hard liquor anywhere.
Oh, that's good.
No vendors sold it, and they don't sell it at the clubhouse. So luckily I had brought some, but yeah, we didn't know. That was one of those things you didn't know till you got there. Mm-hmm. So this year I brought 2 bottles of whiskey because I didn't expect there to be any available.
Well, Hog Rock tells you there's no on-site beer sales, but that basically means you didn't buy it here, but you got it here type thing. They have on-site sale, but it's a bar type setting. So you buy one beer at a time, but you don't really buy it there. They don't have bartenders. They have what the hell she told me her job title was entertainment.
Yeah, probably like one of those things where there's a price list and it says donation.
I don't know what flat out tells you that a beer's $3, but
Yeah,
also
$3 donation.
states
That's how they do
nobody
that.
from the state's allowed in there other than the health department. Cops
So,
ain't
like-
allowed in there. It's all private ground. So
like at our rally, nobody's allowed in there unless we let them in. Period.
Yes,
Yeah.
man.
We don't let EMTs in. We don't let law enforcement in. We don't let the fire department in unless we want them in there. Nobody comes in to inspect. Nobody's allowed in. If somebody gets sick, we take them to the gate and they meet us there unless it's so critical that they need to bring an ambulance in to pick them up because we don't want to risk injury.
that's the way Hog Rock is. And whenever the ambulance comes in, since it's a bunch of drunks, they do allow one county sheriff to come in with the ambulance to keep them safe. The county sheriff goes nowhere that the ambulance does not go.
Yeah.
And
What
the only reason
rally?
I know that is because county sheriff came in with the ambulance for me. I mean,
For you.
I broke my leg. Ambulance came in. County sheriff came in and stayed right with the ambulance.
So our event's the one on Memorial Day weekend, the Freedom Rally.
Yeah.
It's on Facebook and it's got a website. It's called the Mid-America Freedom Rally, and it's on Memorial Day weekend. And we have anywhere. Last year we had 1,000 people attend. The year before that was 1,100. In the heyday, it was closer to 3,000. We're trying to build it back up. Other people were running it. Some things happened, and it's kind of gone down in attendance, but we're trying to pump it back up.
But it's what, $35 for the whole weekend?
$35 for the whole
camping's
weekend,
free.
tent camping included.
And then we have bands every night. And then we have Saturday field events and human games. And we're thinking about adding more on Friday. And I mean, it's just, we got stuff going on constantly. It's a lot of fun.
There's field events 2 days, and they run about 3 hours
We have
each
a bike
day.
show,
Poker run, or scavenger hunt. There's a bar there. But like on Saturday night, we run 2 bands. So we run 5-6 hours of music on Saturday night. On the other nights, we run a DJ and then a live band afterwards. Last year, we had dyno drags there where you could get up your motorcycle in a trailer and race other people and stuff like that. But it's most people, once they're on the campground, do not leave unless they go out to get supplies at the Dollar General.
You've watched too much Droop, haven't you?
And no one under 18 can get in. So you're not going to have any kids there, nothing, because you will see things you don't want to see like on the others. But yes,
there's a t-shirt contest, and if they show skin before they win, they're disqualified. After they've won, they can do whatever they want. There's a Miss Freedom contest that is absolutely skin to win. If you don't show skin, you're not going to win. And then there's a Mr. Buns contest for those gentlemen that like to see if they can don a Crown Royal bag and get up and dance.
There was a guy last year that had it all hanging out, though.
Fish in?
I mean, maybe it's a real small bag. Probably pull it off.
There's a cash prize for those events.
See?
So
win a chicken dinner.
The bike show, you get trophies. The field events, you get little trophies. The cash events are like the Freedom Contest and the Mr. Buns contest.
And the scavenger hunt.
So, Fish, who's this jump master?
He still wants to know if you smell like mash.
Yeah. Well, he obviously is an asshole that likes to rub it in that I went swimming. That's I can't remember his first name, but yeah, he obviously was there hanging out with us, and he knows, or he watched my video and knows that I jumped in. But
gotcha.
Yeah.
We appreciate you, sir.
Well,
watched his video.
Kind of like the arm wrestling thing. Someone called me out on it, but it's good that everybody gets in and participates. It gives everybody something to watch, something to do. It's good entertainment. Yeah.
They called you out on what? Like what they say?
The arm wrestling thing, how that started was Justin Tipton, who's also got a channel, said, "Hey, Riding in the Ozarks, aren't you going to do this? I watch your channel. You like to support charity. Come on." So you know, I kind of got called into it. So
Yeah.
You see that fish?
Yeah. Muscle. I think that's his. We just call him. Dude, Adam's team was pretty damn stacked. Let's be honest. But I'm also gonna say we played 3 times. You guys played twice. And just throwing it out there. You know, I got all kinds of excuses.
Just saying. Oh, he loved you.
Yeah, it was nothing but fun. I mean, it was.
fun.
I'm glad I did it. I'm glad I did the slow race. I had woke up that morning Saturday, and my brother that was with me, Jeremy, he was like, "Are you gonna do the arm wrestling too?" And I'm like, "Dude, I think I need to dial it the fuck back just a little." Like, don't you think? Like, who the hell do I think I am? I'm all over right now. I need to just chill out. So that's probably why I started missing things. I didn't do any of the other stuff. So yeah.
I don't think I met Jump Master GW.
I don't think I did either.
I'm sure if you go back and watch the video, he's on the other side of the mash from Riding Fish.
Yeah, but they had like 7 or 8 people. They were deep.
5.
They were stacked. Fish is correct.
They're a big dude.
They weren't small people.
I'm pretty sure I've seen him in my dreams since then.
No, you keep going like this because you still smell it.
Yeah. Every once in a while, I'm like, oh my gosh.
I can just see him at a PTSD.
A little
I remember the girl running around in
the mash pit.
I remember the girl running around.
Your wife was in the cow outfit. I remember her.
Yes,
she was standing next to me.
Oh, okay. Okay, I know exactly who you are. You were camping a couple of campers down from me. Greg is his name. Am I correct?
Where's a GW?
So did you go out with
Yeah.
just the Tipton? You rode out with just the Tipton one day to Chuck's, didn't you? Jump Master?
My wife was in the cow outfit. Yes, that's him, Greg. Yes. Now I remember. There we go. Go me.
I'm looking at my footage right now. My video.
And Greg, I couldn't remember. There's a couple of people with your wife's name on Instagram, so I couldn't tag you guys. So go on over to Instagram and there's a couple of pictures there.
I'm now looking on stage when they were playing the "I Am the Champion" asshole music. I mean, "We Are the Champion" music, which they fully deserve.
Oh goodness.
Jessica.
Let's see. Jessica, yes, but there's 3 people with the same. I know there's 3 people with the same name, and I don't know if there's an underscore in her name. And I took a screenshot of her channel, her Instagram, and I still couldn't differentiate between the 3 of them. So my apologies.
Did when the slow races were happening, did you guys catch when Adam was talking shit to me from stage, you know, going like, "Hey, do you remember, you know, me and Greg and our big ass team over here pulled you in the mash and all that?" So when I beat him in the slow race, I was pretty damn happy. I was like, I told him later, I said, "I don't need to start a rivalry with you, big guy, but we're 1-1. That's all I'm gonna say."
There you go. That's the way to do it.
I don't really need a rivalry. We maybe could retire on top, like as a tie, but you know, we got a tiebreaker coming, so it's kind of funny.
Hey, listen, you beat him, and so did the kid. So, and the kid was like,
"Yeah." The kid told me,
he's riding on by, he's like,
"Yeah." The kid told me that that was all he wanted. And then when he went to go against Adam, he went and got his adventure bike. So they were both
get another bike, yeah.
Bikes. And he said he's better on the Harley than he is the adventure bike. That's why he wanted. He goes, "I'm trying to make it even." I'm like, even?
Even? The man has skills. There's no making it even.
Why don't you stand on your seat? How about that? And you know, instead of sit on your seat, stand on it. So
well, Adam's done the slow ride a lot. He won it last year. I mean, he's not new at it. So
no, he's nowhere near as good as Kid is, though. I don't think I've ever seen Adam come to a complete stop on any of the videos he's done as slow ride.
True.
Kid just, as soon as they said go, he picked up his feet, cocked the handlebars, and just sit there for like 10 seconds. Then he went, Okay, well, I guess turn the handlebars the other way and just stayed in the same place. I mean, the dude has balance.
Yeah. Very skillful, no doubt.
He's
No doubt.
You see that last
he's kind
comment?
of taken the
What's
ride
that?
like a pro, or not really one of those, but some
Oh,
type of
good
class
see
like
you.
that.
I told
Motor man
Tiebreaker.
class.
he's been doing biker games since he was 16 years old. I mean, I could tell he's done them a lot. So I went up and talked to him, and I invited him to our rally because we have a lot of people. We have people that come from Tennessee and Kentucky just for the biker games because there's not that many rallies that spend 6 or 8 hours doing biker games anymore.
Right. It was fun. That's for sure. I had a good time. I missed the tug of war, and then I missed the lineup of the veterans and first responders. Again, because I was trying to get reception and make a phone call. But, the mini bike race, that was cool.
I didn't get very good footage of that, but it was pretty damn cool.
And Fish,
Every
you were
time
in that. Wait, no, Fish, you were on that, right?
Yeah, I
So
did
you
the
did
mini bike
participate
race.
on Saturday.
I got third, yeah. But that's what I said. Like, I can't do everything. Like, what is wrong with me thinking I'm gonna do everything?
No,
No,
the burnout was crazy.
Yeah, well, I didn't want to
Everything
do
is
that.
us.
I had 800 miles to go. I don't need to. You know,
Yeah. Well,
risk
if it
that.
was camper burnouts, then I could have participated.
I think some of the people that had been there the year before probably didn't participate in the burnout after what happened last year. It didn't make YouTube, but there was somebody there who blew their bike up there and had to fly home.
Oh, wow.
Ryan blew his bike up there and had to fly home.
Yeah, he didn't say exactly I think in the video how he did it too much.
Oh, he didn't say there, but he
Yeah.
said it a few weeks before Stubborn this time around.
Yeah,
He did a reliability video on his Harley.
Yeah,
and he said why he did it or why it happened.
Yeah,
oh boy,
burnout. He did the burnout race and blew out the transmission or something.
It's because that's damn traction control.
But that discourages people. Like they see a guy tear his bike up and have to fly home, and like, yeah, I can't afford to do that. I'm not going to do this. And then you have people like the Batman. Like, I'm going to blow it up.
Yeah, I would have. It wasn't so much that I had to. The Indian would buy. I mean, it's under warranty. They'd fix my shit as long as it's not a wearable item. I don't know what's wrong with that. I was just going down the road. But it's the headache.
Like a good ambassador.
Yeah, they'll take good care of me. I'll say one thing about Indian: they don't really deny a lot of warranty claims. I mean, I'm sure they can, but that's something you don't hear about too often.
All right.
Hey, I have to say, in the burnout, that girl that got up there,
was
freaking amazing.
Yes,
yeah, she's fucking awesome.
She is Shiana. Shiana is her name. Shiana or Shiana?
I thought it was Sheena. But either way, she was pretty kick-ass.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yep.
it was.
Yeah.
Yep.
I got some pretty good footage of her doing some burnouts. I'm going to do one more video. It's going to be a summary, a little bit more summary. It's going to show the burnout and the mini bike race and I'll show some slow race, because I always show when I lose that stuff. So I'll show that, which I got second and third all week getting long. That's all I was doing all
Good
week.
job.
Yeah. First or second loser. But yeah, so I'll show that. But yeah, the burnout was pretty fun. Got some good footage from that. So
There you go. Good job. I'm looking forward to that for sure.
So who in the comment section is planning on going next year? Jumpmaster.
Bedlam had planned on going.
I'm sure Jumpmaster will be there.
Yeah, Greg better be there. I'm just saying.
I
Or that, or he's coming to my house. It sounds like I really got somewhere to be looking over my shoulder.
Do you have a mash pit in your yard?
I mean, if Adam shows up, it doesn't take long to make one. Apparently,
True, that is true.
So I know 9 Mills on 2 Wheels. Matt canceled this year because he was supposed to be camping down by us.
Yes.
He told me he's already reserved his spot for next year. So I know he's going to plan on being there next year.
Hope he is. I mean, I hope the dude gets
He
better.
told me the same thing. He took his reservation from this year and just carried it over instead of canceling it. So good for him.
My friend Adventures of the Bearded Bobber, he's one of the fellow Indian ambassadors. He was supposed to be there, and his RV broke down in New Mexico, 700 miles away, and he spent, I don't know, 40 hours on the side of the freeway waiting for a tow and a.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, 40 hours. He just
no.
So
Terrible.
I mean, at that point, I was like, dude, you almost should have unloaded, your
and
rode, yeah. But then what do you do?
Road to the nearest where the place is going to tow you at. Throw them the keys and say, whenever you get to it, if I can get to it, I'm riding on.
Yeah. The thing is he didn't bring his Challenger. He was bringing his Scout. So he had he's like, I don't know if I want to. I don't know. At first, you think it's any minute. You call them,
right,
and then 24 hours goes by, and he calls them again, and they're like, oh wait, nobody showed up.
That's terrible. Why would you wait 24 hours to call them back? I'm an hour and I'm calling you again.
Yeah.
Well,
Squeak wheel gets the oil.
I used to drive a tow truck.
That's right.
Part-time.
Listen.
Honestly, it's the best job that I ever had. It was definitely the funnest job I ever had was driving a tow truck. But whenever you would call your insurance company, they would call our dispatch, which was, we dealt with somebody that I don't even know where the hell they were at, but after hours, it was definitely not us, because my boss and his secretary basically called this after hours number and say, hey, you all have the phones from now on until we call you in the morning and say, hey, we got them. Okay. So they would call them. It would ring through to the dispatch. They'd call me at 0:30. Okay, where are they at? Well, here's all their info. You go ahead and give them a call. Let them know when you're going to be there.
Yeah.
All right, sweet. I'll be there. I'll give them a call. Hey, want to verify this is exactly where you're at? Yep. All right, I'll be there in 35 minutes.
So I think that it wasn't that 30 hours. That's just how long he sat there. But there was a time period where he's like, they're coming. And then it was, maybe I'll try to fix this myself. And he rode I don't know, whatever that to the nearest town. He said he put 200 miles on his Scout that day because at first he thought he was out of gas. So he goes out, grabs gas, comes back, pours gas. Oh, I'm not out of gas. I don't understand. Ended up being the fuel pump. So he went to an O'Reilly's, got a universal fuel pump. He's trying to make it work, never work, and it was just one thing after another. The tow truck guy still not showing up, so he ended up calling a friend that brought another truck to trailer, just the trailer and bikes back.
Right.
And then he literally just left the RV there until the guy came to grab the RV, which all, of course, happened at the same time. So then the RV gets towed away. He jumps in the truck, heads home, because he's from California. So it's 1,400 miles from there to Stubborn American.
That happened to me. My fuel, I had both fuel filters changed, obviously at the same time, and they didn't seat the screw underneath correctly. So the minute you turn the key, even to accessory, the fuel pump started, and I was diesel fuel everywhere. So the truck couldn't be started. So I called AAA. Redundant insurance. It's $35 a year, whatever it is that it's well worth it. AAA has motorcycle coverage, they have RV coverage, and obviously they have vehicle coverage. And actually, I have that, and I have Good Sam for the trailer. And the first blowout, I had AAA. The second blowout, because it's 2 wheels, Good Sam came in. They brought in somebody, brought in extra tires for me, mounted them right on my rims on site, on the side of the road. 2 hours back on the road.
Wow. Yeah. So
you have to have redundant, insurance.
Yeah.
So
Verizon has a
the cell phone companies have it, and your motor vehicle insurance company. So there's 4 different ways to have insurance, not only for your vehicle, your trailer, but your bike as well.
Yeah.
So nobody thinks about the bike until it happens, but $35, that's cheap.
Yeah, for sure.
like I said, Verizon, it's just I have it on my wife's phone for when I'm gone because I used to have guard every month, and then sometimes we'd be gone to Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri, so that's 6 hours away from where we lived, and of course I wouldn't be able to go help, so I made sure I had roadside coverage and she can get a tire changed or whatever. But I had a bad stator on my little Honda I had at one point, and I called them up and they said, well, why ain't you calling from that phone number that you had the account through? I was like, it's dead. Which my wife was just at home in bed. I wasn't gonna wake her up to call roadside assistance and they go, oh, okay. And I was on my bike, so it's good for anything at that point. They tell you so far, you got to pay for so far else.
Yep.
So everybody talks about little Sturgis. Where is it? Is that the Sturgis in Michigan?
Kentucky?
Sturgis, Kentucky.
Okay. Because I know there's a Sturgis, Michigan.
Oh, yeah, there's a Sturgis, Michigan, too. But Little Sturgis, Kentucky. They have a little rally they put on the second weekend in July.
Something like that. I've not been.
It's the same time as Muskegon bike times in Michigan.
Seeing how far that is from my house.
Uh-oh.
Is
Fish is swimming. Fish is swimming.
Is Little Sturgis the city doesn't like it and they won't let the bikers use the bathrooms or anything else?
Wait, what?
What?
One of them, I can't remember if it's Little Sturgis or one of them, like the city there where it's held isn't really for it. Like they won't let the bikers use the bathrooms at the gas stations and stuff like that.
Oh my!
I didn't try to use the bathrooms while I was at the gas.
My mom and dad went to one of them, and I was thinking it was Little Sturgis, and like the locals are, you basically, I mean, they could care less if you were there or not, so they don't extend any welcome mats. Let's put it that away.
That's interesting.
Thank you, Sky.
You would think they're bringing money to your town.
That may have changed because, I mean, Dollar General was 100% on board. Dollar General, as Droop would put it. They were 100% on board with us being in there because, I mean, they're making a shit ton of money in that 4 days.
Look what happened at Fayetteville, though, with Bikes, Blues, and Barbecue. That's why it moved, because Fayetteville didn't want it. All these other things are, in the end.
Probably going to be feeling it come here a couple of years. When they probably contributed to COVID the last couple of years, but they're not going to have an excuse next year. Well, this year they really didn't have an excuse, obviously, but
right. Fayetteville, the first year they said it was because of COVID, and Arkansas actually had restrictions. Like if you were from out of state, you couldn't rent a motel in Arkansas for a while. So, yeah, if during Arkansas set it up for a while that like the hotels could not rent to you if you were from out of state. They didn't want people from other states traveling and vacationing in Arkansas during the height of COVID the first year. And what Fayetteville did was said the hospital came out and said that because of COVID and the amount of motorcycle accidents that happened during Bikes, Blues, and Barbecue, they couldn't handle it and this and that and everything else. And they had these excuses on why, they couldn't have it. And that first year, there was a lot of stuff going on in Arkansas. So I kind of understood. But then the last year, they were 4 weeks from the rally, and basically political people got involved, and the university pulled the grounds from them that they rented to have the event on. They canceled the agreement. They could not have it there. And a rally for 300,000 bikers is not something you can move in 3 weeks.
No.
So he had no choice but to cancel it. But basically boils down to the political atmosphere in Fayetteville is not for the rally. That's why it moved to Rogers.
Gotcha.
And it's a shame because there's some businesses in Fayetteville that made a lot of money on Dixon Street from it that are going to suffer. And one of the venues is actually on the board of directors for the Bikes, Blues, and Barbecue, and he voted to move it to Rogers, even though it's going to financially hurt him as far as his business goes, but it was in what's in the best interest of the rally.
Hmm.
You can't keep doing business with someone that keeps pulling the rug out from underneath you and trash.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like some states are kind of more assholes than other states when you're passing through, and speeding tickets, avoid them. Forget it. Just don't support them.
Right.
Us going to those locations, Fayetteville, all this stuff. Bikers bring plenty of money, taxes, fuel. We buy a bunch of stuff when we're there. Especially if it's held, like if we're in the venue, bikers donate tons of money, which we all see as an American,
right,
for charities. Yeah. So, fuck those guys. Don't give them our
how
money.
much did they raise just to see Ryan and Adam jump into the MASH?
Yeah.
$1,000-something.
Yeah, exactly.
$1,100. Yeah.
So that's what I say, man. When I've avoided states on road trips just because I'm like, no, I'm good with that state. I know somebody that whatever they're doing, I don't agree with it. So
I know somebody that comes to Hog Rock from Arizona. They just moved out there here 3 or 4 years ago. They lived in Illinois, but I asked them one year, I was like, so where y'all from? Oh, we live just this side of Mississippi. I'm like, oh, okay. So what do you think of the politics here in Illinois? They go, well, we just bought a house in Arizona. So what does that tell you?
Yeah.
Like, well, it's been nice seeing y'all. They go, oh no, we'll still be back. All right, good deal.
Thanks.
And they go, I said something about riding through Missouri. They go, we'll avoid Missouri because their helmet law, which at that point they had a helmet law. Now they still have a helmet law, but it's not everybody wears a helmet.
It's if you're under 26 years of age, and if you have 26.
Time out. Wait a minute.
Right.
Wait a minute. So if you're 27, you're fine.
Under 26. 26,
so if you're 26.
26, you're fine. If you're under 26, you have to wear a helmet. If you're on a permit, not a full license, you have to wear a permit. If you do not have some form of like health insurance or medical insurance that covers you in an accident, then you have to wear a helmet.
But at 25, what if I'm on my mom's insurance?
Right. That's why it's 26. Because at 26 is the cutoff for 26 is the cutoff for medical insurance for the kids.
But the reason it happened that way for us, because I'm actually a part of the motorcycle rights organization that fought for 40 years to get that changed. And so we were very involved in, we knew what the wording was before it came out public and everything else. And that was the concession we had to make with the political person who had blocked it for 15 years. For 15 years, this guy would filibust. He would stand on the floor for days to keep us from getting a vote to repeal the helmet law for 15 years. And finally, he conceded to not block it if we gave a concession on the age. Now, that's why we did it. Why he did it's probably he got kicked back from some insurance company. Yeah. But that's the deal. That's why it's that way in Missouri, is because we had one particular politician that wasn't going to let it happen if that didn't do. No, it's 26 and older, and you have to have health insurance.
That just changed 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
I just started my channel. That was the first year of my channel, and there were people wearing it didn't go into effect until after Bike Fest, late September, but it had passed in August, but it wasn't effective till after Bike Fest. And we had people riding without helmets and everything else. And I kind of did some videos about it, and it got a lot of attention because people didn't understand the difference between a bill passing and a bill being when it went into effect. The way the legislation works, a bill can be passed, but that doesn't mean it goes into effect the next day.
See now, Sky, I don't know who you are. Are you?
That's Jessica. That's the cow.
Okay.
Sorry, Jessica. Cows. The young lady in the cow costume.
But the Hog Rock that I go to, there is very rarely a fight. I mean, there has been fights. It happens everywhere, and it'll happen at Stubborn American at some point in time.
Last year.
But at Hog Rock, there is 12,000 people.
Where is Hog Rock again?
It's in Southern Illinois, in Cave Rock, Illinois.
Okay.
But last year, I should say, Stubborn American didn't actually turn into a fight. it could have. A guy wanted to fight. He was screaming at another guy down there in the river drunk for 15 minutes. I've got 15 minutes of footage on my phone because we were camped by the river. So I just stood there and recorded it. So if something did go down, somebody had it on film, who was the aggressor, who was the drunk guy starting it, that kind of thing.
Because that would have blown up YouTube.
Settle it down. I never put it on YouTube because I didn't want to give.
Well, it wasn't a fight, but if it had been a fight,
right? I could have got thousands of views just off the stupid shit that was being said.
Oh, good Lord.
For 15 minutes, but I didn't want to give anything that would give somebody the wrong impression about what Studdenburg American was like.
Right. Good for you, Mike. Good for you for not posting it.
Holy shit, Drew, bud, how you doing?
Bro, hey Drew. I hope you're feeling better.
Hey, brother.
Nice.
But yeah, I think the helmet law repeals changed things here in Missouri enough that it's helping with the Bike Fest rally. We're having a lot more people come from out of state now. I know people that would go around Missouri to go to Sturgis who are now don't have to worry about that anymore. But I mean, if you're in Arkansas and you don't have to wear a helmet and you don't want to wear a helmet, you had to go around Missouri or pack one before. Now you don't have that problem.
Right.
Yeah, I had to
point,
pack
Jess.
one because whenever I go to visit family, I don't have that much spare time. So I would pack a helmet, and whenever I would stop in O'Fallon, Illinois, put my helmet on. I would stop in Miami, Oklahoma, and take my helmet off.
You know what's funny is I wear a helmet like 99% of the time. I just like the choice.
Yeah.
Yes. I don't like wearing a helmet.
Yeah, no, I'm saying,
but
that's the thing I'm saying. I wear one 99% of the time, but I like the choice of being able to do what I want.
I understand what you're saying.
Feels weird without it.
Yeah.
It feels weird riding without it.
When we were fighting
Not
to get
for
the
me.
helmet off the field, we had a lot of discussions on social media about it, and people would say things like, you should have to wear a helmet because if I hit you with a car, I don't want you to die. I'd have to live with that. And I'm like, so
don't hit me.
I should wear a bulletproof vest in case you accidentally shoot me. I mean, where do we draw the line here? And they're like, well, so many lives could be saved if you wear a helmet. I said, more people die in a car than they do on a motorcycle. So let's make everybody in a car have a 5-point harness and wear a helmet like NASCAR drivers do. And we'll save a whole lot more lives than we will by making motorcyclists wear helmets. And that usually was the end of that conversation then, because they don't want their freedoms infringed upon. They just want to enforce their views on other people that, because it doesn't affect them.
Exactly.
Your beautiful face, Sky.
Sky, I'm already ugly enough. It ain't going to hurt me none. But Drew, glad you're feeling pretty good, and I'm doing all right. I think everybody in here is doing pretty good.
We're doing good.
Riding fish, do you know Drew?
I don't think I do, actually.
You need to start
Drew is the ambassador for Baggers and Brews Discord.
Yeah.
Am I right, Drew?
But,
look it up real quick.
Yeah. They do a live stream on Monday nights.
Live.
Droop in Dallas, they go live.
The double D's.
The double D's. So
the Dallas we're talking about is Middle Tennessee Concrete that was popped in there earlier.
Correct.
I think I can do this.
He has two, but Dallas has two channels. He has one for
the Middle Tennessee Concrete, and he has
the
Beauty and the Mullet Moto.
Yes, correct. I ain't no ambassador. I don't know what that even means.
Who said ambassador?
I said ambassador.
Oh.
I said that he was the ambassador for the Bags and Brews
yes,
Discord.
He's kind of an unofficial ambassador. He just doesn't realize it.
He is, right? He brings us all together.
Talk about what goes on in the Discord.
Sure. Moose is the moderator for the but Droop is the unofficial ambassador for sure. So I suggest that you go check out Droop and Dallas on Monday nights. Pretty fun.
Gets back to it. I hope he's back to it soon.
The live chat is pretty funny. Most of the guys in the live chat there are in the live chat here.
Oh yeah.
think it should be up to the individual so long as they're 18 and plus. Okay, helmet law. You got it. It is up to the person.
Yeah, and
Okay, hang on. I'm a timeout. If you're on your parents'
Right.
insurance, yeah, you should probably
Correct.
wear a fucking helmet. I'm gonna
Yeah,
throw
that
out
is true.
there.
I
Just
hear
saying.
what you're saying.
And also, when you get in my car, I'm gonna still buckle you like I do my 8-year-old. Just saying.
I
You're
think
you're right.
I
Well-
think if you're on your parents' insurance, then you should respect your parents' wishes, whatever
Yeah.
they are. But like both my parents ride, both my parents could care less if I wore a helmet. You know,
But you're also not on their insurance.
even when I was, they wouldn't have cared because they both ride. And
Okay,
they both believe in the right to choose.
10-4. Gotcha.
It's just like, honestly, seatbelts. I wear my seatbelt 100% of the time. If it's not on, it feels awkward to me.
Zero, never,
You never wear it?
never.
Oh,
I wear.
well,
the
my
reason I
point
wear
is,
mine
I'm
anymore
for
because it
freedom.
dings.
I'm
Right.
for freedom of that too.
But
You
I
know?
legally never wear it because I drive a truck with 12,000-pound plates. So I don't have to wear a seatbelt. I pay extra for my license plates so I don't have to wear a seatbelt.
Really, that's don't come in Illinois. It's still 100% law that everybody has to wear a seatbelt.
I don't come to Illinois for bigger reasons than that.
I
Look
Yeah.
at me out of Illinois.
You go
I've
to
skipped Illinois a few times. Yeah.
Everybody says, how's the river road? I said, the Missouri side's great. I wouldn't know about the Illinois side.
I want to ride it at some point. Now, see, now Illinois has a few things going for it. It has our helmet law was there is none. There is no helmet law. I could put my 7-year-old on the back of the bike with no helmet.
Oh, Jesus.
There's no
And,
mandatory.
well, I know that's not necessarily a good thing, but it's a good thing because they're not trying to control you like that. And then my motorcycle plates, they cost me $48 a year. There is no excess tax or nothing.
I think that's crazy, by the way, that they're so strict on some things, and then helmets. It's like they never heard of a motorcycle before.
Well, you talk about your motorcycle, your plates being $48 a year. Do you pay property tax on it? You don't in Illinois,
Nope.
do you? See, that's the difference. Our plates are less than that, but we pay property tax on your vehicles.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, we
bananas.
don't.
I know
The
there's a
only thing
couple
we
of
pay
states,
property tax
Virginia,
on is
North
the
Carolina.
land that we live on in the house.
In Missouri, you pay property tax on the vehicles, but our licensing costs are cheaper. And what it boils down to, I run into this conversation with my dad. He lives in Texas, and they don't have income tax, personal income tax down there. But the fact is, it takes so much money to run a government, regardless. So they're going to tax it and get it one way or another. When I lived in Tennessee, they didn't have personal income tax, but they charged tax on services. In Missouri, they don't charge tax on services. It's a matter of
Illinois doesn't charge
out
tax
of
on
you.
services either that I'm aware of.
But they're still going to get it out of you. Like in Tennessee, if you had somebody roof your house, they had to charge you tax on their labor. In Missouri, there's no tax on the labor.
Yeah, they don't have that here in Illinois. There's no labor tax.
But you guys charge more for like inspection and licensing. And my point's just to
There's
be
no inspection, thank God.
yeah, but they're going to get their money from some avenue.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of where and how, and different states get it in different avenues, but they all still got to get it from us somehow to be able to
I think
run.
isn't Florida pretty expensive? Like,
The
especially
The insurance is pretty high here.
yeah.
I thought it was, for years living in New York, they said, oh, you see people with plates around in Georgia, North Carolina, but you saw a lot of Florida plates. So I think Florida got onto them, and the insurance is higher here than even in New York City.
Wow.
Yeah. So that shocked me. And I was like, well, damn, I should have waited to register my trucks until I was legally a resident here. So in Florida, you can register if you own any kind of property, you can register your vehicle. So I did one before I even fully moved down here. And then I was like shocked, sticker shock on the insurance. For sure.
Well, Sky, they charge for every plate. I've got veterans plates on all 3 vehicles that we have,
Yeah.
and they charge for all of them. I mean, I have veterans plates on one. I have National Guard plates on the other, which I'm not part of the National Guard anymore, obviously, because I've been out for more than a day. But and then I have veterans plates on the bike too. But it's the same charge across the board for the 2 cars as it is for my buddies that have regular plates, and my bike is a little bit more because it's a personalized plate. They consider it. Actually, maybe it is just $41 for the bike. Hell, I can't remember. I don't pay it. The wife does. I just go take the check in.
Yeah. No property. The property tax thing drives that blows my mind.
Well,
Virginia, North Carolina, Missouri.
some people from Missouri retired to Arkansas. Do you know why?
No personal property tax.
Arkansas does not tax Social Security income. Missouri does.
Oh, okay.
In Missouri, you'll pay taxes on your Social Security check. In Arkansas, you don't.
There you go.
There's lots of little things. Every state, like I said, has got their different.
True. True.
To Eureka Springs.
She's got her
I've
goal.
got a couple friends that are,
Just be a bartender and party all the time.
Good job.
I've got a couple friends that are on VA disability in Illinois. Your property taxes, once you hit 80 or 85%, your property tax is zero the rest of your life.
Hey, Greg. There's things here like in Missouri, I think if you're over 65, if you do improvements to your property, they don't increase the property tax value. If you're under 65 and you do improvements to your property, then they reassess it and they increase the tax rate. But if you're over 65, they don't. So like I said, there's
About
just
damn time, Chris.
little things.
Hey, Chris.
Sorry, Greg. I'd give you help, but I don't think I know you. I'll give Chris
Greg
help because I know him.
I think Greg weren't you at Stubborn American, Greg? Were you not the Greg that was camped down there across the road from us? I believe that's the same Greg. He, if it's the one I'm thinking of, he was camped at Stubborn American down there by the river, and he's in my Facebook writing in the Ozark group and stuff.
There you go. Lots of responses there. This place just went to shit. Oh, I'm good.
So
Yep,
I saw,
that was him.
Yeah, so I saw like Zion, I think is how you pronounce his name, Zion Biker or Zan. But he mentioned earlier he was going to Hog Rock Bike Fest and Bikes, Blues, and Barbecue. I think
He's
that
from Carbondale, Illinois.
has helped Missouri with the Bike Fest attendance, but I also think it being 2 or 3 weeks apart from BBB will help also for people that are maybe stretched for cash or something else, or can't maybe take that many days in a row off or whatever else. But we'll see. Firecracker eat all her jerky. Did you?
No. I've been slowly saving it because $20 a bag.
What kind of jerky was it?
The jerky at Stubborn American that young kid was selling.
Oh, okay.
I got 4 bags of it.
Wow.
I thought it was 5 total because I thought you bought one before you bought some to take home.
Well, the 5th one I bought when we did at Turner Bend after we did the pig trail. I bought it.
Oh, okay.
So
I'm a jerky fiend. I love jerky.
Gotcha.
So who in here has got to ride the pig trail yet?
I wrote it. What about
Fish missed it.
Oh,
Yeah, I didn't do it.
But if you go to
Dude,
Branson,
next time take the extra half hour on your way down, or
Yeah.
take the extra half hour on your way down.
Or on the
If
way
you're
up or
stubborn.
something, maybe.
yeah, it's not the curviest road in Arkansas. It's not the hardest or most technical to ride. I mean, 62 between Rogers and Eureka Springs probably just as bad, but it's more scenic. It's more fun to ride. There's a couple of 10-mile-an-hour marked hairpins.
yes.
You do want to take those slow because you might run into a semi that's in your lane trying to make a hairpin. But outside of that, most of the turns on that road, you can take it 35, 45, 55 mile an hour, depending on if the police are out that day or not. But it's a lot more
Or a slow car in front of you.
fun. It's just a more fun, scenic road to ride. It's a good
Hey,
ride.
Mike.
Yeah.
How come I rode the Arkansas Dragon?
Mm-hmm.
And oh my God.
Uphill or downhill?
Uphill.
You were going uphill through the switchbacks. Good choice. Don't go downhill through the switchbacks because then you're riding the brakes the whole time.
Randy wanted to go back, and I said, "Hell no! Call me a tow truck."
Put it this way: if the person behind you is giving you 1 second of riding space,
It's not enough.
Well, there's times when you will look left and they will be right beside you going the opposite direction, and they're only 1 second behind you.
I want to know how come the Arkansas Dragon does not get enough attention, because in my opinion, I can still consider myself a new rider, and I think it was the most challenging road that I've ever ridden.
I haven't got to ride the Tail of the Dragon yet.
I don't think that. I think the Tail of the Dragon is overrated.
Well, that's what I hear. We're going to go probably in 2 years, spend a week out there and ride a bunch of stuff.
I'm wanting to head out that way, and I'm
Those-
hoping to, you know, instead of like doing Sturgis, which I can't afford to do this year, I'm hoping during that time do like the Tail of the Dragon, because hopefully most of the riders will be in Sturgis.
Well, if you are going to go out that way, you might reach out to Sinister Clutch. He lives out that direction, Kentucky and stuff, and he knows those roads. And
Or Ty from Tennessee.
yeah,
Kobe or
Dan, and even Dallas. They're right there.
Dallas.
yeah.
Right.
Do you know Anonymous Biker
Tennessee
USA?
Crimson Glide.
Right.
I mean,
Anonymous lives out there.
Yep, he's in that region.
I've never really talked to Anonymous much. I've seen him in the side chats, but I've never really chatted with him. So
Yeah.
He's a good dude. He's a good dude. I want to real quick ask. You said you were a new rider. Tell us a little bit about that. Like, tell us what you ride, when you ride, what made you ride. Like,
Why do you still consider yourself a new rider? How long have you been riding?
Yeah,
I've been riding
I actually don't
for-
know any of your history, so like, catch me up.
I've been riding for just over 4 years. I didn't get my bike until November, so November would be 4 years of riding, right? Because you really, that time between getting your endorsement and getting your bike, you're not riding. So it's like a month, 2 month time span. But in November will be 4 years that I have my Kawasaki Vulcan S. And excuse me. So I've ridden a lot of different roads in this last year. I did North Carolina into Tennessee, Georgia, South Carolina. I did the Tail of the Dragon. The Cherahela, I think, is much better than the Tail of the Dragon. It's way more scenic and it's way more sweeping
Longer.
curves. And a couple, the bootlegger, the Rattler. There's many different rides. I think West Virginia is underrated in their roads. They have beautiful rides. They have beautiful sweeping. The New River Gorge has a couple of hairpin turns that are probably second to the Dragon in Arkansas. To me, the Tail of the Dragon was overrated. It's short. It's 11 miles, 17 miles, whatever it is. The back of the Dragon in Virginia, in Droop's backyard, that's a nice ride. It's scenic. You can actually, as you're doing the hairpin turns, you can see, if you're in a larger group, you can see the riders down below you. So that's pretty cool to do. And if you're videoing and those with 360s, you can have a blast. But I did all of that to get ready to go to the Going to the Sun Road and Beartooth Pass.
Oh,
So-
wait a minute. Did you get to do those?
I did. I did Chief Joseph Scenic Byway, Beartooth Pass Highway, and the Going to the Sun Road, in my opinion, is the most scenic road. I haven't ridden the $1 Million Highway, but in my opinion, it's the most scenic road because the views are just expanse. So if you have the opportunity to ride it, it's inside of Glacier National Park in Montana. That is my #1 road. I can't wait to get back there.
So my #1 road right now, but I want to ask you another question anyway, is Beartooth. I've done it 3 times. I love it. It actually started me on what I didn't realize what I loved, but I loved riding on mountains.
Yes.
And I did Beartooth Pass one time, and we're coming up, and we're at the bottom. We're in the Montana side going to Cody, right? So we're on the north side going south, and we're like looking. We're like, oh yeah, kind of dark, whatever. It's beautiful, whatever. We start going, kind of misting, and we're like, well, that kind of sucks. We pull over one of the first little pull offs. We put a rain suit on because you don't know, it's a little cold. We keep going. all of a sudden, mist turns to hail.
Hail. It got hailed on too.
I'm getting held on, and I'm like, oh my God. And it instantly is hail to slush.
Yes.
And it's snow. And I'm riding in like I'm not shitting, at I would say at least a quarter inch of slushy hail junk on the ground.
Right. Yep.
I'm so
in July.
I'm so stressed out. And I'm riding behind a car that I'm just in his track. And I'm never been so thankful to have a car in front of me so I could just ride in his tire track. We keep going. By the time we get to the top, we're actually over the storm. And it's clear. And you can see as far as you want. And then we walk to the edge and we can look down at the lightning. Looking down at the lightning, it was the coolest thing. So after that, I started going like, dang, I really like this mountain riding. And I have since rode Pikes Peak and Mount Evans, and I did Mount Mitchell when I was out in the Smokies, and I just keep doing mountains over and over and over. But anyway, so I Beartooth Pass, I agree. I've done $1 Million Highway, and I think it's second to Beartooth Pass. So yeah. What made you get into riding?
Those, but they are definitely on the list.
Yeah, they got to be on the list. I can't wait to do Going to the Sun.
Is all lower 48 on my motorcycle.
Yeah.
True. That's a goal.
I can't get to Alaska on my motorcycle because I'm not vaccinated.
So well, that's not true. Alaska. That's not true. If you are passing through with a destination into Alaska,
so
you can.
Maybe I'm going to believe it now. I mean,
I
haven't really done any research because it's going to be a while before I can do it.
Right. Yeah, if you're passing through, you can go in without the vaccination.
They actually don't even ask anything anymore.
There you go.
We're just open to go in. So I'm from Minnesota, so they're kind of our neighbor.
There you go.
But what made you get into riding?
Because I knew that when I was going to retire, I was going to travel, and I wanted to get up close and personal. And you can't do that in a car or a truck. And I knew that, have the puppy. So he's the reason I have the trailer.
Okay.
So by puppy, I mean he's almost 16, and and I'm not going to leave him behind. He's 16. So I knew that I was going to travel to places, and then from there I was going to just, get on a bike and visit those places and ride the rides and visit national parks. But there's no better way than either on a side-by-side if you don't have a motorcycle endorsement, or on a motorcycle, because you want to smell the smells. That's why I said on your video, I wish you had smell-o-vision, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Right? Because if you had smell-o-vision and you're jumping into the mesh, everybody would be like, oh, like they would cringe. Right now they're watching, they're going, okay, he jumped into some yuck. But they don't know that it really smells bad.
So how did you know motorcycle was just because you're that open-minded, or was like your family into motorcycling?
Nope. I'm the only one. I'm the only one of all my friends. I'm the only one in my family that rides.
So have you turned anybody on to motorcycling?
No, I have not.
No?
Have you really tried, or have you pushed it with some friends, or?
Nope. They were all like, what kind of midlife crisis are you going through? And I was like, well, you do you and I'll do me. And,
the best. So you don't regret it? Do you think you're making the right decision?
Absolutely. I met all of you fine people.
The community, right? The motorcycle community is second to none.
Without the motorcycle, I don't know any of you, and the chat as well.
Yeah.
Where do you see these fine people at? I mean,
it's a figurative speech.
Okay.
Okay. Everybody put busted.
So do you wish you started earlier?
I do wish that I started earlier. I do. Yeah. But I'm making up for lost time.
For sure. 4 weeks on the road is a good
Well, that was just for this trip, but I was on the road 7 weeks when I went to Montana and Wyoming, and then came back to South Dakota, went to Michigan, and then, whatever.
So a question for everybody. When are you no longer a new rider?
Okay.
What for you do you think you have to do before you're not a new rider? Because I know someone else who has been riding about the same amount of time, but she's rode more miles this year than she did the first 3 put together.
So does she thinks that she's still a new rider?
Person, really, I guess. Because I could have my license for 10 years and still only ride 100 miles or
Right.
That's what I'm saying.
1,000 miles. And at that
So
point,
how
you're
do you
still a new rider.
quantify when you're not a new rider anymore? I mean,
I don't know. I still I
I'm-
still feel like I'm a new rider.
so for you, it's in your gut. It's how you feel about yourself.
Well, when I ride with Dan, and Dan's been riding for 50 years, and I'm riding with Randy, and he kills it on the motorcycle, God bless him. You know, when I'm surrounded by you guys, right? When I'm surrounded by you guys, I'm like, wow, I'm just new at this, and Dan's been riding for 50 years. So I don't know. I guess now I just preface my statements by I'm saying I'm still a new rider, and I'm still learning. You know, you try different
everybody's learning
bikes.
every day. You should be.
Sure.
Otherwise, you're
Mm-hmm.
just going to hurt yourself if you're not learning every day.
Right. So, April,
Yes.
what do you say?
Well, I don't really know what to say to it, because with me for riding, I rode for 4 years, but my first 3 years were my dream bike, because it was my color, you know, all this. It sounded awesome, but it really wasn't the right fit for me for a bike.
Okay. Right.
So I loved riding it, but it wasn't an enjoyment. Like my new bike, there's a total difference. So I'm more comfortable on it. I'm more relaxed. And so I feel that it's just having a bike that I feel comfortable with.
Okay.
Made the biggest difference for me. But as far as new rider, I don't know how to judge that. I mean, I guess I don't feel I'm a new rider, but I still have a lot to learn.
Right.
And, you know, like riding I'm getting to the point now, like it used to be when we went on a group ride, I wanted to ride in the back, and Mike doesn't like me riding in the back. He wants to be able to keep an eye on me.
Right.
And
I always get stuck in the front.
And he always, every time we go, everybody wants Mike to lead. So, but I'm more comfortable. I don't care to be in the front right behind him. And
right. I'll be anywhere in the pack, but I prefer the back.
Well,
I will tell anybody behind me, I'm going to ride my bike how I feel comfortable.
Boom.
And I'm going to ride my ride. So if I feel I need to slow down, then you may not want to ride behind me, but
correct.
That means that you may need to lead the group, because Mike's not going to, because Mike wants me right there behind him so he can watch me. And, you know, this year, Mike used to baby me quite a bit. To be honest, he babied me a lot. But he doesn't anymore. I
don't have to anymore.
He doesn't have to anymore. But there's a lot of things I overthink things, you know, like I was so worried about riding, 62 in Arkansas and the Pig Trail. And he's like, April, you have this. And a lot of it, I think, is when I ride on the back of his bike, things seem totally different riding behind him on his bike, like those curves and stuff. Because then when I started doing it, we're talking in the headpieces, and he's like, tell me now. And I'm like, I got this. I was like, now when I'm riding my own bike, it doesn't seem near as bad, you know, but I mean, that's one good thing I have. Mike is always encouraging to me, telling me, you've got this, and don't ever let anybody push you. You ride how you're comfortable. And, you know, it took me a while for that, because I was always worried about if I rode in front of him, what if I screwed up and made somebody else wreck, you know, or whatever. He's like, they shouldn't be riding close enough to you for you to cause them, you know. So, I mean,
that's exactly right. I mean, but
this new bike gave me a lot more confidence.
Right.
And so that's a big thing, is if you're a new rider, then that's the main thing. Go get your license and go to the Harley dealerships, and we test rode. And every time I went back to the
single bike that you can test ride it.
Right. And you find the bike that fits you, and you're going to know which bike fits you the best. So
I've done a couple of demos. It's tough because I'm vertically challenged. So, you know,
How tall are you, Des?
Pardon?
So how tall are you?
I'm 5'2".
I would.
I didn't realize you were that short. He was standing next to me. I mean,
and I'm sure Fish will agree, but I think the Scout is a great option.
Yes.
I thought, and they were. I mean, She really
Chief.
liked the Scout when she demo rode it until
Right.
she did the Sport Glide 4 hours later.
Nice.
Her mind, but
That fits her so well.
But that was up until that point. The Scout was probably the next closest bike.
Right. And the Chief and the Super Chief.
The Softail Slim is perfect for a shorter rider.
Yeah, I like the Street Bob. That has a nice feel to it.
And that's just it. There's no
It's all
one
about
bike
you.
is
I mean,
right.
it's-
Right. Right
It's
as
not
many
about
as you
what I
can
feel
to
for
figure
a
out what's
shorter
right
rider. I
for you.
mean,
Right.
Well, I have to say, I really like this guy. I actually thought about my only thing with Indian, and I'm going to say this right, the way that the engine, I keep telling Mike, the way it looks all encased, that turns me off. I like to, I don't know, there's something about that. That's probably the first main thing that made me be like, no, I don't like it. I don't know why. Am I wrong? The way it.
Sorry, that wasn't even
comment.
back at Dallas, but
I
do
gotcha.
think the Softail Slim is a Softail Slim has a shorter seat height than a Sportster, so I think it's
Well, Sportsters are not short, to be honest. They're
No.
Right.
But I mean, as
And
far
they
as
don't make the
Harley goes, it
Softail
has
Slim,
the
right? It's
shortest seat
discontinued
height.
for 2023.
The Slim is discontinued.
Yep.
Sport Glide was discontinued. The Breakout was discontinued. A
Right.
few years before that, they discontinued the Deluxe. I mean, the lineup is getting smaller and
Smaller
smaller.
and smaller.
And it's more about differentiating from one model to the other. One of the rumors I've heard is that there's not going to be a Road King Classic next year.
Oh,
We'll see
wow.
if that's true. But if you notice this last year, there was very few bikes with spoke rims
Yeah, I don't like the fancy.
Literally the
because of the shortage.
Heritage.
Right.
Heritage, you could get it as an option, but most of them I've seen on the floor have been mags. The Softail Standard used to be spokes. It was mags last year.
Yep.
The Road King
And
Classic.
the Pan Americas. That's not the only thing you can get with mags, ain't it?
Well, and then the Road King Classic was traditionally a spoke wheel bike, going for that classic look. And it's so if you put mags on a Road King Classic, and if they get rid of the 107 and take everything to a 114, what's really the difference between the Road King Classic and the Road King then? The special.
Well, what's the difference between the Street Glide and the Street Glide Special at that point? I mean,
well, there's stereo and there used to be suspension and a few
really,
other.
the stereo is an option. You can upgrade the stereo.
Yeah, you can. You pay $1,000 something more. When I bought mine, the suspension was different. The radio was different. There was something else that was different. And if you bought all the options, it cost you more than just buying the special. But that's one of those package deals. And that's the thing. I don't know. A lot of people think they'll get rid of the 107 this year. Just go to 114. It's time. But if you do a 114 and everything, what's the difference between a Street Bob and a Softail Standard? A set of foot pegs and a passenger pillion.
Right.
And paint.
And paint. So how do you price that differently?
Right.
How do you really differentiate the bike?
I mean, the paint's worth a good bit. I mean, well, in Harley terms, paint's worth a good bit.
Right.
That's $1,000 paint job.
The same
having
thing.
that number one on the side, different color options.
Right. And the same thing with the Street Glide and the ST. What if they got rid of the Standard and they just made specials and STs?
It's not going to bother me because I like having the option for the blacked out package.
Yeah.
But
That's much easier to keep. But Pig Trail Harley Davidson did have spoke wheels on their Heritage. They had both.
You can,
They had the mag and the spoke.
You can get it either way, but most of the ones I've seen on dealers' floors have been mags. The spoke wheels have been a shortage. But I guess my point is the trend has been for them to drop models and differentiate models more.
Right.
So if models are too close together, then they're going to be looking to drop one of them, if this trend continues. And with the way the parts and supplies are, I don't see it getting any better. So I don't think we're going to see an expanding line of bikes other than I think they'll drop a few models and then they'll add a few models.
The Icons.
Well, the Pan American 975. Maybe the Bronx, they just renewed the trademark for that, so it's not dead in the water. People have been asking for it. The 975 motor's out now. I found, I don't know if you didn't see it, but I did a video on the Pan American 975. I found it listed in a part sheet on a Friday night, and by Monday morning, the part sheet was pulled off the website.
I didn't realize
I dropped my video. Yeah, I mean, I dropped the video on Saturday morning at 11 a.m. I stayed up half the night making the video and dropped it Saturday morning. And by Monday morning, the part had been pulled by the time motorcycle.com got their article out on it.
The side chat is going. The side chat is going crazy with the Batwing and the. This crew, the
Road glide or no glide.
The Baggers and Brews crew are always going at it.
Road glide or no glide.
There you go. No glide.
I think the sports glide discontinuing that one is. I mean, they obviously weren't selling like hotcakes, or they would never discontinue it. Let's just be honest. I always say that, right? So you'll hear people complain about, hey, they're discontinuing this color scheme, or they're discontinuing, just fill in the blank, right?
Right.
And I always follow that up with, do you think it could go Indian, it can go Apple, it can go Harley Davidson? If they were walking off the showroom floors faster than you could make them, they'd probably continue to make them because they're in the money-making business, right? But it's unfortunate because I'm a fan of a monoshock, and I think the Sport Glide is actually a really good bike.
And what's funny is it's discontinued in the U.S. They still make it. They just don't sell it in the U.S.
Overseas, they sell it? Is that what you're saying? Oh, I didn't know that.
It's sold in 3 or 4 markets, the European market, I think South America. But yeah, you can go to the European market and you can buy a Breakout still, and you can still buy a Sport Glide. As an Indian guy, you may know this, but did you know that they do not sell any Indians in Europe that don't have ABS? So like some of the models we have here in America don't have ABS standard. You won't find those models listed on the European website as being you can order, because EU standards require ABS and traction control. That's part of their standards. So like a bike that, I don't remember if it's the Scout 60 or one of them, doesn't come with ABS standard. It's not even an option in Europe. They can't order it because it doesn't have ABS standard.
Well, I mean, it was the same with cars and trucks, because in here in the United States, a truck had to have a radio to be sold here. For some reason, that was standard equipment. If it didn't have a radio, it could not be sold. In Europe, you could buy a Toyota whatever, but you couldn't. It was a Hilux. You could buy a Toyota Hilux overseas, but you couldn't buy it here. So that was where the Chevy Love Truck came in, because it had a radio. Because the only reason I know that is because one of the teachers I had in high school had a Chevy Love Truck. Given it was nowhere near stock because it had a 400 engine in it, and the Love Truck only came with like a 2.2 liter 4-cylinder.
Yeah, that was my uncle did that. They put a small block Chevy in a Love Truck when I was a kid.
Oh, he had a GMC Jimmy with a 350 in it. He had the Love Truck with the 400 in it.
But yeah, my point was,
had all kinds of shit that you just go.
My point with the Sport Glide is, I agree. Logic says, why would they cancel it if they were selling a shit ton of them? But then you see,
I don't think they were selling a shit ton. That's what I'm saying.
Right. That's what logic says. But then sometimes I wonder, do they cancel them or do they not release them in this market because they're wanting to push another model and they're too close together? I mean, the Sport Glide is basically a lowrider S with forward controls and a smaller motor and a different batwing. Or different. It has a mini batwing instead of the cafe deal, but there's not that much difference in them. They have the inverted front forks and everything else. Sport Glide has 1 brake instead of 2. Basically, Lowrider S is the performance version of the Sport Glide with mids instead of forwards, which can be done on either bike. But some people say, oh, they got rid of the Sport Glide because they want to push the Lowrider S because it costs more money. So they take the Sport Glide out of the equation to try and push you to the more expensive bike. I don't know if that's true. One thing I've learned in 3 years is Harley does things that I sometimes I can't understand why. And then, sometimes you can guess and sometimes you can't. And one thing they won't do, you can count on, is ever tell you why they make any decision they make. You know, people like the brake line thing. People expect them to be transparent and come out and say, and they're like, they're not going to say they got a brake line problem, because if they admit it and then there's a lawsuit 3 years down the road, they've admitted something. That's not going to happen. That's not how corporations work. They don't.
Right.
They're not going to publicly acknowledge something that may become a liability for lawsuits.
I want to back up a little. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to take over your show, Busted, but
no, you're good.
So you girls that you started riding, have you guys always been assertive and off the bike, or do you think riding a motorcycle has given you
You do realize Dez's background, right?
He doesn't.
No, I have no idea. But there's two girls here, right?
She's retired New York City police officer.
So she's always been a badass.
Oh yeah.
No. So yeah, no, I have no idea anything. But
I thought she had maybe told you it's stubborn. I mean,
we
she
didn't get
said
to
you guys
talk
were
like
new best
personal
friends.
talk.
So.
We kind of just hung out. We didn't really talk any personal stuff.
Oh, okay.
But either way, do you still find that it could have still given you like a little something, right? Like you ride your own ride that gives you a bigger voice. You know, did you find that helped or anything like that? I mean, yeah, you're a cop, I get it, but Firecracker, you're not. So maybe this question's more for you. I'm just curious how it's helped or changed you or anything.
Nope. I'm just.
You've always been. Yeah, I mean, you're a cop. I get it. You kind of have to have that. So what about you?
Assertive having that position, but.
So what about you, Firecracker? Are they still there? They look frozen.
Are they frozen? They're frozen.
They're frozen. I was wondering. I was like, wow, this is a glossy question. They just totally gave up on it.
Whoa,
there we go.
And there they go.
And they gone.
So you were a cop in New York City, huh? So like a beat. You want to talk about it a little or no?
No.
Oh, okay, cool. Then we'll move on. I started getting that impression. I had no idea. But I've heard women say, you know, like after I started riding, you know, realizing, you know, I have to be confident in myself on the motorcycle because it's just you and the motorcycle. You know what I mean? And it instills something in you. And some of these women told me that off the bike, I started realizing that I could assert myself a little bit more. I was allowed to be more and just kind of like transitioned into, you know, on 2 feet, not just on 2 wheels.
Right. That's good for them. It empowers them.
Yeah, right.
It empowers them 100%. I could see that. HD AV, don't mess with Des. Be nice. Anyway, I always say, like I said earlier, I always preface my statement, I'm a new rider. That's because I'm surrounded by so many people that have so many years of riding behind them. And I give Dan Ozarks HC Riders all of that prop. He's been riding for 50 years. And I ride with the Badgers because we're here locally in Florida. And Sonny's been riding since he's a kid. So let's say he's been riding for 30 plus years. And Angie's only been riding for 6 years, but she has such high confidence in her abilities. But she's ridden across this country many, many times.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas I, you know, being from New York, the season is cut short, but I made sure to ride at least one day in the month, every month, you know, that the bike was still in New York.
One day a month or 100 miles a month to justify the payment on the motorcycle. That's the way I feel.
Absolutely. People are like, oh, I'm locking up my bike and I'm putting it in storage. No, it's 40 degrees. Get out and ride.
32 is my cutoff. Freezing is my cutoff.
So we have a thing on New Year's Day. We try and ride because there's
absolutely
belief what you do on New Year's Day is what you'll do all year long.
10-4
ride on New Year's Day. So we have this rule that for every degree above 0, we have to ride at least 1 mile. So if it's 32 degrees, you ride 16 miles out and 16 miles back.
There you go. That works.
And Minnesota, we don't get that choice.
Yeah. Well, you know, snow and ice on the ground.
Well, hey, Fish, you can park it down here in my garage, and anytime you want to show up to ride it, you can ride it.
Shit, I might do that.
No, we can leave the Pursuit in my garage.
Hey, I like Florida.
You can ride any damn way you want.
It's riding season down here.
Oh.
Busted doesn't like when I say that.
I have some friends.
It doesn't bother me, but because I don't want to pack up my shit twice a year because it might get washed away. I don't want
I
to
have
live in
some
Florida, honestly.
I have some friends that he ordered a Pursuit the same time I ordered mine. And I pretty much got mine, right before him, technically. And he was like, dude, what the hell? He's like, I'm pretty sure I ordered mine right before you. And I was like, dude, they're just being nice because they know my season's coming to an end and yours in Florida is just getting started. You probably don't want to ride in August anyway. Let's be honest.
Nope. That's why I leave the state in August. July and August, I'm out.
Exactly. Hey, Firecracker, did you find that riding two wheels gave you confidence when you're on 2 feet, or have you always been like the same asserted person? Or
she earned the name Firecracker before she was, she might have had her license, but she really wasn't riding yet. She can
No,
speak
I
for
didn't have
herself.
my license.
Oh, you didn't have it yet when we got that name?
No, but I'm just, I mean, not the nickname, but do you feel like it's given you into some empowerment and confidence?
Probably so, yeah.
She was pretty assertive before. That's how she got the nickname.
Right. But I mean, it probably has gave me more confidence in myself. Yeah. As far as what I can do. I mean,
do you wish you started riding earlier? Or you don't really?
Yeah.
I wish I did.
And the funny thing, my son, when he was young, he was always wanted a dirt bike. And I was like, you're not getting a dirt bike. There was no way I would let him. So he always makes the joke because he's like, now you're out there riding a motorcycle and you'd never let me get a dirt bike. But here you are, your grandson, you're going and helping buy him a dirt bike and you're letting him do all this and you wouldn't let me. So it's actually opened my eyes quite a bit. So it has been a total change for me as far as making me realize, that they're not bad, or not that I ever thought they were bad, but it's just, I think it's.
You were concerned. You're a mom. That's what moms do.
Right. Right. But yeah, in that aspect, I wish I would have probably started years ago, just because I think my son would have enjoyed it more, and maybe we could have done that together. Maybe. Does he ride now? No, he's got 2 kids. He's got to take care of them. He doesn't.
So he's in the same situation.
He's got other things to worry about.
Right.
So
I gotcha.
I have a friend that his wife won't ride with him or on her own because they have young kids in the house.
It's understandable.
Whenever she was younger, or whenever they were younger, she would ride with him.
Right.
They had no kids, it's just them. And now that it's the 2 of them plus 2 kids, she's like, nope. And as soon as the kids are out of the house, she said she would be back on the bike in a heartbeat.
Right. There are a lot of people like that, Busted. They won't even fly on the same plane together.
I worked for a company and their kids were all grown, but they owned a company that employed thousands of people, and the husband and wife would not travel together.
Yeah.
They wouldn't ride in the same car to go to town. They would not fly together. It was part of their succession planning for keeping the business alive if something happened, though. That one of them, they couldn't afford for both of them to be in a car wreck because it would put, possibly thousands of people out of work.
Right.
Same
There
kind
we
of
go. Thank you for asking, Fish. Appreciate it.
Well, I got a little girl, and I always strive to make her the best badass I can. And on 2 wheels is one of the ways,
Yes.
dirt bike or whatever. So
how long have you been riding, Fish?
I bought my first motorcycle in 2007. So quite a while. Yeah.
15 years.
I bought my first bike in 2006 when I got home from Iraq. In 2007, I totaled out it was totaled out, or the second bike was totaled out. I think it was 2007, maybe in 2006, because I got rear-ended at a stop sign, and I did not ride for several years after that. It wasn't until right before my second child was born, so 8 years ago.
So did either one of you ride as a kid, though, or you didn't ride till you bought your first bike? I
rode a dirt bike up until I didn't have 10 miles on the dirt bike before something went wrong on it and we couldn't get it fixed. It was a little mini dirt bike. I mean, little 125 or something.
Fish, for you, was that your first bike? Was your first time riding?
So technically, no. I think I had like a little mini bike also. But I was really young. I vaguely remember I was like, I grew up in Southern California.
Yeah.
I grew up in Southern California, and I remember it was like stolen within like a month or whatever of me getting it. So yeah, but I always knew I wanted to ride. You know, no adults really rode. I heard stories, like my grandfather would tell me stories of him riding, but it was never, you know, anything major. And then 2007, I finally just bought my bike, and brand new Yamaha R6, and it's been fun over the years. And I always tell people this, you know, your bike today, you'll hear somebody say, this is my bike and I'm never getting rid of it because I love it. And I always think like, yeah, but you as a motorcyclist might change.
Correct.
You're going to love that bike. Right. My favorite bike I ever had was my Yamaha R1. Was actually probably like my favorite. I still think about that bike.
Do you regret selling it? Or trading it, whatever?
Sometimes. I don't get super attached to bikes though.
Okay.
You know? But that one was a fun one. I sold it for a really good reason. So there's that. But I've had a motorcycle since 2007 all the time. I've always had something.
Right.
But yeah, at first, when I first got the super bike, a long ride was the 30 miles up the road to grab Chipotle and 30 miles home, you know, and you're like high-fiving your friends because you're like, that was badass, bro. I did 120 on that, you know, whatever. And we got Chipotle and now I got to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. But this was amazing. See you tomorrow. And so then that trip got a little bit longer, right? So now it's like, hey, let's go 100 miles, you know, we're backpacking it, all this and that. And then I got an R1 because, you know, an R6 isn't fast enough. So I got an R1, you know, so I could do 160 miles an hour.
Oh, geez.
You
know, that way the higher miles didn't take as long.
Yeah, right. Exactly. And so
that way you're
not quite as sore. So then that turned into, I bought a Yamaha Striker, which is like a Raider's little brother, you know, or a Breakout, very similar, that whole thing.
Yeah.
So then I rode that, and now my trip started going from like 100 miles round trip to like, let's take a 3-day vacation. Let's take this, you know, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere, you know, time with the company, all of a sudden I'm taking 7-day vacations, and I'm like figuring out how to tarp over stuff on the back of these bikes and whatever. Then I bought my first bagger. I was like, and what it really came down to was two things. I was tired of wearing a backpack or strapping, you know, these little bags to the back of the bike. And I wanted cruise control, not an electric, not a throttle lock. That shit was amazing when you first get it. But then as you would progress, where you're like, I'm going for 150, I want cruise control. So I bought a Victory Magnum. That was my first bagger. I went from that, rode that. Then I bought a Challenger in 2020, just because, you know, it's pretty awesome. And then now, you know, with the whole Indian Motorcycle Ambassador thing, I was able to get a Pursuit. So it's been cool. I mean, my Challenger had 37,000 miles. It was a 2020. So I rode a lot, you know, when I traded in. And I can't say what I have on my... And
you're from Minnesota, so...
Right, I've lived in Minnesota. And I can't say what I have on my Pursuit because my next video, I'm doing a giveaway. In the video, it's going to say you need to guess how many miles I already have on it. So I can't say, but it was 787 just from my door to Stubborn American and back. So people could start guessing, you know, I'm already over that.
40 right there.
Yeah, so I like to ride a lot.
You were a slouch on it before. I mean, you get your braking service done before you left.
Usually that's what you're supposed to do. So yeah, and Indians are 500 miles, not 1,000 like Harley. So I'm giving clues out. So everybody in the comment section, you know, if you want to win some Indian motorcycle bucks, you can go buy yourself a shirt or something. Yeah, start
I
doing
don't
your
think we have an
clues.
Indian writer in here.
And,
Jason Busey's not in here.
yeah, I'm probably the only one. That's okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
There'll be
I
more later.
invited one
There'll be
other
more later.
Indian guy to join the side chat, but apparently I'm not good enough for him.
I should have forced some people. I have a bunch of people messaging me. I should have been like, hey, you want to message me, fuckers?
Jason
Come
had
over
a
here.
family emergency.
Oh,
Busted.
did he?
Yeah.
Oh, I did not catch that in Discord. So
Yeah.
A lot of the YouTube Indian people, they're actually in Tennessee for the Jack Daniels event, Indian Motorcycle Jack Daniels event right now.
those are nice looking damn bikes.
Oh, they are. They're beautiful. Well done. Very well
Very
done.
well done.
Yeah, you know Brian Clock makes
Oh
those.
yeah,
Yeah.
Clockworks. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's the
Brian.
one that does a lot of that. Oh yeah.
He does them all. Actually,
Oh, wow.
he does the designing of them. You know, he works with the paint people, and you know they give
I
him
thought
the
he just did
catalog. or
one
whatever.
model, but damn, I didn't realize he did them
Nice.
all.
Good for him.
Yeah, he's
They're
done.
very-
He's done them all. So
Beautiful looking bikes.
He's a pretty cool dude.
yeah, Brian's a good dude. I've met him a few times. We've hung out and visited. Matter of fact, he has a pre-Sturgis party.
Recently, but that I didn't get to go to Sturgis, but he invited me to the pre-Sturgis party.
Yeah. Well, you should come next year. We're trying to do a whole thing, a little bigger thing. Never heard of Cruise Control? Oh, never heard of
Chris
her.
Phoenix, check out the Discord. Jason put up an update there.
We're not
Sorry.
allowed to scroll up though, Des.
What's that?
So we're not allowed to scroll up.
I
You know
think
the
in this,
Discord rules,
we have rules in the Discord. You're not allowed to scroll up. I think in this instance, scrolling up is permissible.
All right, I will be off for a minute trying to figure it out.
HD Traveler says that not Ricky Not So Martin is his friend. He is a good dude. If he has an Indian Scout bobber.
That's a beautiful bike too.
Yeah,
That fit me just right.
Yeah, so there's a little different setups, but yeah, by the way, the reason why the motor looks all encased like that is because it's liquid cooled. So you don't need the fins that are on air cooled. The reason why those little pieces of metal that come straight out is so the air cools that metal and it'll cool it down. So when you have a liquid cooled bike, you don't necessarily need those. So you can have like a block, if that makes sense. So it's just, and then you have weight reduction because you're adding water, right, to a motorcycle. So if you can get rid of your fins, then you're eliminating a little bit of weight, I would assume. I don't know. I'm not an engineer. I'm not that smart, but
there is a big difference in the heat that comes out of the liquid cool as the air cooled as opposed to the liquid cool. Jesus.
Yeah, I'll tell you that Thunderstroke motor gets pretty hot, but this Pursuit with the hard lowers, I can feel it from the header. I mean, yeah, it's, you know what? You still have an explosions happening thousands of times a second between your legs. You know, no matter what the motor is, it's going to get warm. So, yeah, Ricky's a really good dude. I value Ricky as a true friend. So if you don't know Ricky Not So Martin, he has some good content. Instagram, YouTube. Yeah,
I see him in the live streams.
Yeah, I can't even say enough good things about that guy. He's a good dude. So I'm jealous because he's in Tennessee right now. A lot of these guys.
Oh, okay. Now I'm dead. Sorry, I'm seeing what happened. I mean, that was before I invited him. We're not allowed to scroll backwards, so I hadn't scrolled back before.
I gotcha. No worries. No worries. He's all good. He's all good. Everybody's good.
For him and them and all them.
Yep.
Hey guys, I actually am gonna have to call it a night.
Same here.
Yeah, I got a couple busy days tomorrow or next couple of days. Gonna try to get in the studio so you guys can see a little bit of the footage I got. So it was awesome.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and post the link in the side chat, and anybody else can jump in if they want to.
We're probably going to bail off too. We've got the motorcycle rally meeting tomorrow for our rally that we put on. So we've got in the morning and we got a 2-hour drive just to get to the meeting.
All right. Well, thank you all for joining. I know we didn't cover stubborn a whole lot, but we covered a lot of things.
Well, we went over our favorite parts and the smell of the mesh, arm wrestling.
Why don't we just run it back? We'll do it a future day. We'll talk a little bit more about the things we missed.
I mean, I do these lives once a month, so.
Well, I'll be happy to join. Just shoot me a message.
All right. I always schedule a live once a month. I do a random at least twice a month. So
if I can make it, I'll make it.
10-4. Thank you much,
guys.
everybody. Ride safe. Have a good night.
Yep.
Nice chatting with you all.
Yeah. Enjoy. You're going to Daytona?
Daytona to Blockhead first, and then over to Daytona.
Everybody you see with an Indian motorcycle, especially a Challenger Pursuit, be like, "Hey, Fish said he's jealous he's not fucking here." So I should be, but anyway.
You should be here in Florida.
I mean, you're sponsored by them. You should be there.
Not sponsored per se, but they're super chill. They're super cool to work with.
Oh, that's good.
If I hadn't taken so much time off this summer already. Yeah. Well, I had a person tell me, is like, "Hey, you should have skipped Stubborn and went to Tennessee or actually Daytona." And I was like, I'm glad I went to Stubborn. It was
there you go.
I mean, I have FOMO right now, so I'm trying not to watch all my friends' Instagram. I don't want to know about it till later, but it was worth it. I tell everybody I already have it booked for next year. So Adam is a cool dude. We didn't get to talk a lot of personal stuff.
Right.
Just like you and I. Just like you and I didn't get to talk a lot. None of us got to talk like a lot of personal stuff, but there'll be futures for that. You got to,
maybe
start
next
slow.
time.
Well, and I was going to say, for us, I mean, we talk about this, the rides that are the rallies, the things that we like to go do and that we definitely go back are the ones where you get to do them and you get to know people and you make friendships and things like that. It's not about the vendors are cool, but it's not about the vendors. That's not why I go back. When I go back, it's me and 10 of my friends book a house and we go spend 3 days together talking, drinking, riding, and having a good time. And Stubborn's kind of the same way. It's about those relationships and those people you meet. And then I may not get to be riding fish again until Stubborn of next year.
All of you. I mean, I never knew fish existed at this point until I went to Stubborn because I didn't follow Indian motorcycles at all. I mean, I really wanted a Challenger, but the whole being so few and far between for dealerships is what kept me off of one. But I knew Des, but I'd never met her. I knew Mike, never met him. And I really wanted to meet you all. I wanted to meet Ryan. I wanted to meet Adam. I wanted to meet Shade Tree, which was unable to make it. I wanted to meet the Badgers. I wanted to meet Tolson, Bells. So, I mean,
that's the thing.
That was the main reason I went, was to finally meet the people that I'd watched for a long time.
There you go.
Well, now you get to go back and watch all my Indian footage. You might end up wanting a Challenger all over again.
I've been watching it. I mean, it's still going to make me want a Challenger because I want the nearest.
Good plug, Fish. Good plug.
Miles away from me.
Good job.
All right, guys, I'm out of here. It was,
a
pleasure. Till next time.
Same. Busted. Right. Thank you so much, Mike and April. I'll see you soon. Yep. I hope.
Love you.
All right.
Bye.
Ride safe, everybody.
Oh, it's just me now. So anybody else that wants to jump in, I posted the link a second ago. I'll post it again for shits and giggles. And if it's just me, then I don't know what the hell we're going to do because there's not enough you in the side chat to keep me entertained. And I'm out of frickin' beer. Oh. So anybody else going anywhere the rest of the year? I mean, you got a Biketoberfest going on right now. What else is going on the rest of the year? There's not shit, is there? HD, I'm not out of beer. It's just this one's empty. I mean, is there any big events, or not even big, but any events, decent size weekend events? Hey, what's going on, man? Hey, I recognize you.
Weston, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. What the hell's going on with your mic?
I'm doing pretty good. Hang on, I gotta make a change here. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute you until you do. You good now? You still had your YouTube open, didn't you? And you still have it open. Give me a double thumbs up whenever you get it fixed. All right. Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
I met you down there at Adams.
Yeah, you were camped with
Bedlow. I'm actually got him on my earbud. He's at work. So he said he's sorry he can't come on.
He told me he had to work, so I'm not too worried about it. You still got a little bit of an echo going on. It's not as bad as it was, but
well, when I push the talk button, it's private chat. Maybe I got to get rid of that.
Well, the private chat's just a private chat. It's just you got to type in it. You still have your YouTube open?
Can you hear me now or no?
I can hear you, but I can also hear
now?
myself.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you sound good.
Okay.
And I don't have an echo with you, but I
Well,
hear
I'm not going to hit my chat button then if you can hear me.
Yeah, it's not the chat button that's doing it. There's just an echo of my own voice by about a half a second.
Hold on.
There's in the settings under audio, there's an echo cancellation. Is that checked? Right below our picture, there's the settings button.
I'm checking it now.
Okay.
Yeah, echo cancellation's checked.
Okay. Do you have external speakers on your computer?
Yes, I do.
That may be the problem. Can you turn them down a little bit?
How's that?
That's better. I don't hear myself. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. I think we're good then.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I worked late and stuff, and I was watching you guys on my way home and stuff, and I wasn't able to get on, but
no big deal.
I'm
glad you were able to join.
I met Mike in April some time ago and stuff, and I met you the first time this time with Bedlam and stuff, and had a great time. I sucked at the slow ride. Too many Jack and Cokes, you know. Jack Daniels wants to make you go fast.
It happens to all of us.
How you doing? Because you had an issue with your leg or something, didn't you? Is that all?
Well, it's always going to bother me a little bit now, but I broke it in October, so last year. I'm just over a year from the first break, and then I'm still a long way away from being a year from the final time I had surgery. So, oh, hey, this is Greg. You're gonna have to remind me your last name because I'm horrible with names. I just remember Greg.
It's McBee. Don't worry about that. But was that your first time?
Met him at Southern American for the first time. He hangs out with Bedlam. Poor guy. I'm not really sure which one's the poor one out of this story, but Greg was supposed to be at Hog Rock, were you not?
No, I didn't make it.
I mean, you
I
were
didn't have
supposed
enough
to be
time off work and stuff to go over
Okay.
there. And did you make it there?
Oh yeah, I made it there. My bike may or may not have taken a nap.
I forgot to ask Bedlam if you were there and stuff.
My bike may or may not have taken a nap on its side instead of on a kickstand. I mean, it happens, right?
Yep.
Be right back. So, Greg, tell everybody what you ride.
I have my daily is a 2010 Limited. Only Harley I ever bought brand new. I've had many Harleys, but I bought that one brand new in 2010. And, you know, with the 103 motor, I love that thing.
I love that 103. I had in my my Street Glide and my 15 Road Glide both had that 103, but the Road Glide was a little hotter.
My 95 Ultra, yeah, that was a original 88, went to 96 with a lot of head work, 585 cams, and my wife hated it. It was so loud, and you power shift second, that old bagger would just come straight up.
Right?
A lot of torque. It was 104 horsepower with 120 pounds of torque, or 110. I can't remember. I got the paperwork on it, but that thing just, it was mean.
I'm really surprised what they'll do now. I mean, my stock 103 or 114 will pull the front tire in second and third.
Oh yeah.
First it just spins, but if you hit second, hitting it hard, it'll pull the front tire, and it's done third a few times.
Yeah.
Conditions are right, the
conditions gotta be right. Now, I mean, I do it on that. People get up, why you want to do that and stuff? I said, well, if I'm by myself, most time that tire just spins, and then the front end come up a little bit. But my wife knows if I hold them RPMs up high enough, that she knows to hang on. Because
my wife don't ride, so 98% of the time it's just me.
Yeah. Being a stock 103 and I got to double clutch it, to bring it up. But yeah, I can get it up.
The first time that 103 on that 15 Road Glide did it scared the shit out of me. Mm-hmm. I wasn't expecting it.
I'm trying to think. Me and Linda, that's my wife, we went to the what was that, 3 years ago? I think it was, or it might have been the 115th. We went up to the power plant. Because I'm like 30 miles or so from Milwaukee.
Yeah.
But we went up to the power plant up in Milwaukee there, and they let you ride all their bikes. And I wanted an Ultra, to try out and stuff. Well, we waited, and finally a guy come up and says, well, Greg, you're down here for an Ultra. He goes, would you mind a CVO instead? I was like, yeah. And they went over the bike with us. Said, oh, yeah, it's got a lot of torque and stuff. Oh, sure shit, man. We took that thing out and we rode it, and I can feel the power, And we came back in that parking lot because I already, brought the front wheel off the ground a couple times a little bit. We come back in that parking lot slow and stuff like that. I just revved it and dumped it, and Linda, my wife, just smacked me in the back of the helmet right there in the parking lot. Probably, it wasn't a big wheelie, but it's probably 2-3 foot. They didn't say nothing. I didn't wreck it. So, I signed my life away when I do it. But,
oh, yeah.
What do you think about that torque? I said, well, the torque was pretty damn good.
See, honestly, I wasn't, that was a little higher but I wasn't impressed with the low end torque out of the CVOs.
They're more, probably, I'm going to say more mid range.
Yeah. because I did demo rides, and of course you can't really do any damn thing on a demo ride.
Mm-hmm.
And I just went on one of those when they first came out with the 117, and it's like one of my buddies goes, "How'd you like it?" I'm like, "Wasn't impressed." He goes, "Really?" I'm like, "Yeah, it was kind of doggy on the low end."
I like my low to mid range.
Yeah. I want to be able to pass the damn vehicle when I need to pass the damn vehicle.
I'm not into high speeds anymore. But I mean, you get that low mid range and stuff. I mean, you can still go 100 miles an hour all day long, you know. But yeah, I like that real low and mid range torque. You know, if you got to get around something real quick or whatever, it's there. You know, if I got to downshift one gear, that's fine. But the torque is there to get you out of that situation.
Downshifting one gear doesn't bother me. When you got to downshift two to get around somebody.
Right. Well, the old bikes, that's the way it was. I mean, when they came out with that 103 and stuff, which I own to this day, you know, I'm still in sixth gear. You know, I can still, you know, switch lanes and not downshift. And, you know, at 70 miles an hour, it's got enough torque to go.
Well, at 70, but whenever you're cruising at 55, you have to downshift to damn near fourth sometimes on the 103.
Depends on the situation.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm thinking about changing the cams in it this winter, though.
This is only my fourth Harley.
Mm-hmm.
And the other three before that were 103s. So I had a Softail 103 with the Slim.
Mm-hmm.
I had a Street Glide 103. I had the Road Glide 103, but it had a Woods 777 cam in it. So that son of a bitch was hot.
Right. Cams make a difference. They really do.
114. So
biggest problem people make though, they'll put too big of a cam in, and you can do the fuel packs and stuff like that, but you got to make that cam breathe. You got to have head work. You know, a lot of people don't really realize that. I can put I can put a mild cam in, and I'm happy with it and stuff. But you go real big cam, and I got a buddy of mine does my head work for me and stuff like that. You know, port them, this and that with a bigger valve, bigger springs. That makes, you know, you can make that motor breathe. You can give it all the air you want. You can give it that high lift cam and stuff, but if them heads can't, you know, compress it all together and stuff and get rid of it fast enough, you can actually downgrade the horsepower on your bike a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, if the tune's not set right, you're not going to do a damn bit of good.
No. And it's all about tuning, which a lot of times it's more than just putting your laptop on there and stuff. You know, I mean, you got to have, you know, the right pipes, the head work, this and that and stuff. And hold on one second. I'm gonna give me another beer if that's okay.
I guess that'll work. I mean,
are you sure?
I suppose, man. I just went and got one, so.
Yeah, you didn't bring me one, so I was like,
well, fuck. It's kind of hard to pass it through a damn camera.
Well, I bought you a beer there, Adams.
Yeah, you did. That was the first night I was there, right?
Yeah, you and Jess. I bought her a beer.
Yeah.
And she's like, well, I'm going to buy you one. I said, no, my cup's full right now.
I'm just glad they had beer on site there. I mean, because I didn't show up with anything.
Yeah. I'm on the computer now, but I'm live.
So who else wants to join this?
Okay.
Good Hog Rider will join us.
Who's going to join us?
I think Hog Rider will probably join us.
You've been on. Shit, I'm looking over shit. Almost 3 hours you've been on. 2 hours.
Yeah, which I usually go about 4, so.
If everybody was on here, I was watching. I was talking to Bedlam. He was at work and stuff, and I was like, "Well, I'll jump on here for a few minutes before I go take a shower and long ass day at work." If I remember right, Busted, aren't you in? I'm not gonna say the town, but South Central Illinois.
Just Southern Illinois, just barely.
Okay. Down there by the E word.
Effingham, yeah.
Okay, I didn't know if I could say it or not. Yeah, so
I'm south of Effingham. I don't ever give the exact town I live in.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm south of Effingham.
I'm in Illinois, but I'm in the northeast corner. I'm right at the Wisconsin and Illinois border in Lake
Chicago,
Michigan.
I mean.
People say Chicago. Now I'm 40 miles.
Chicago. It's Chicago, not Chicago.
Yeah, I like my little town sweet right here. Of course, I do all my riding besides going back and forth to work. Where I do my riding in Wisconsin. Like I said, I'm right up there on the border. And
what's going on, Brad? Oh, kind of figured HDAV would join us, but apparently he's being stuck up right now. Or he went to bed or something.
I went to bed. We're getting old.
He was going to bed. He never said goodnight. What the fuck, dude? Fucking kids, I swear.
Hey, did you used to ride dirt bikes and stuff too, or no?
I rode one little like 75 or 125 or whatever the hell it was, right up until the coil died on it. We replaced the coil with one off of another bike, never could get it fixed. Now my stepdad has an old Harley mini bike. And I really want to get my hands on it and get it running again and, give it back to him after I've taken it to Hog Rock or something like that.
After you destroy it?
No, I'm not going to destroy it. It'll be fine. Everything's fine. I mean, if I drop it, it's not going to hurt it.
Right. It's going to hurt you.
Bike, it didn't really hurt it, so.
It'll hurt you.
No, it didn't hurt me this time. Well, it's never hurt me dropping my own bike.
I was looking at some KTMs. I was like, man, give me another dirt bike and stuff. KTM 450 stuff. I used to race them, way back in the day, this and that. And like, man, with my arthritis and all my bone, my wife's like, are you freaking crazy?
On the road, what the hell?
It's going to hurt you. She goes, that bike's going to hurt you.
What do you mean you're on the road? Where the hell are you going?
Yeah, where are you going?
You knew we were going to have this live. Why the hell are you on the road? You should have been at home, damn it. You missed the good parts.
Get us some beer on your way home.
I need some spotted cow, damn it. Bring it here.
That's hard to get down. That's hard to get down there by you, ain't it?
Huh?
Spotted cow, is that hard to get down there by you?
You can't get it at all in Illinois, so.
Well, I'm right here on the border, so I get all I want.
All right.
I go right into Wisconsin.
I can't get it here, so. I
gas
go
station
there to get it.
On the road gas station. I get my gas at Wisconsin stuff. It's just loaded.
What the hell are you driving?
I'm in my truck.
That's not. I was going to say it's not a motorcycle.
It sounds like a big 18-wheeler.
Yeah, good old 3/4 ton. Rides like a dream.
Where are you headed?
Headed home. For some reason, all these farmers think they have to harvest their crops this time of year.
Oh, okay. I mean,
yeah, that might be a little important for them, just a bit.
This time of year, it's just a tad bit important.
I'm gonna have to see if I can get connected to my truck speakers because I can't hear anything.
All right. Your Bluetooth's not connected?
All right, let me jump off. I'll jump back on and see if I can connect to the truck here.
All right. See you, bud.
Sounds like he's damming an 18-wheeler with the windows down.
I was going to say the background noise is quite heavy.
Mhm.
Well, you know, Jack.
What's up, my friend? What's up, guys?
How you doing, buddy?
I think next weekend I'm going to be doing a whole lot better. To make a long story short, you pretty much know I'm not going to go the whole story. You know what? Hell with the house issues now. It's time. I'm just going to fuck it. This is it's Busted, and Fat Glide and Kelp and Kelpfire know.
Good night, Chris.
This has been so frustrating.
Right,
I'm just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna go get it done. I'm getting so tired of having a motorcycle that I can't ride. And I live in Texas where I can ride year round. You know what I'm saying? It's finally starting to cool off now here to where it makes it nice. So
I don't know what you got going. It ain't none of my business, but I hope it all works out for you.
it's really just small. I'm not gonna say it's small. I'm not gonna say it's small issues. Just kind of like medium-sized issues.
He's been working on this house.
It's one of those. If you don't take care of it, it could become very big. But it involves insurance and all this other shit. And
houses are never ending story. I mean, my old house is 1927 was built. I'm always working on this damn thing. Pisses me off. If it ain't plumbing, it's a sewer. If it's not, it's an electrical. That's what I'm doing tomorrow. My damn porch pipe fell off, fell out, and the electrical's all bad. So I got to replace all that shit. And I'm like, God, it never ends.
Let's see. All right.
We half-fast see you, Brad. I think there's a hand in the way.
Are you there, Brad? You there? He probably doesn't have his dome light on.
I see I don't know what that was, a little cigarette or something.
Nah, he don't smoke that I'm aware of. He may light a cigar.
I know that, but I saw that you saw that little light, or something.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he had his dome light. Oh, here we go again.
Hey, that's better.
There we
you
go.
can hear us now, and we can hear you.
We can hear you.
We can hear you, kid.
At least I can hear you now. I can't see shit, but
I was gonna say we can't see shit either. So
all we're seeing is a dark screen. That's all we're seeing.
And I see a pen light or a little white dot or something.
I'm driving down the road in the dark here, out in the middle of fucking nowhere, Iowa. So you're not missing anything.
Yeah.
Oh, come on! It's got to be a good sight, right?
Come on, there's at least one good thing out there. Field of Dreams, Brad. Come on.
There's a 10-point buck staring at you right now. 10-point buck staring at you.
Oh, hell, I damn near smoked 2 of those already tonight.
Oh, shit.
How's
So what did that? Good, man. I don't know why all these farmers up here think they got to be out in the frickin' fields at night and shit, but go figure.
Got to get crops in. I mean,
that's a 24-hour job.
Oh man. So every time their computer and the combine doesn't work, they call me to go fix it. It's like, well, push the button, man. Push the button. So what did I miss?
Ops. Nice. That's funny.
Are you doing Black Ops, bud?
Yeah, are you doing some Black Ops there, Brad?
Yeah. You got me. I'm busted.
There you go.
Can you drive with that light on, though?
It's never illegal. It is not illegal to drive with the dome light on. Our parents just always told us that so we wouldn't turn the damn thing on.
Keep your eyes on the road, Brad. I mean, don't be looking at the camera.
Yeah.
How's the yield coming, Brad?
Show us all a good example.
I'm multitasking here. I'm multitasking. So what did I
How's the yield
miss?
coming out though is what Fat Clyde wants to know.
What's that?
How's the yield? How's the crop yield in Iowa?
All over the place. It depends if you were in the drought or if you got rain.
Yeah, Iowa, I told because it's such a big state, it was mixed up with rain and droughts and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. The farther
They had a good,
west and
they had a good
north.
corn season though, didn't they, Brad? On
Depends
on
where you're
the I'm gonna say central to east.
Yeah, the eastern half of Iowa is pretty decent. As you get west and north, it gets worse.
Mm-hmm.
So
And say Oklahoma's damn near just one big drought state.
the field I was in today, the grower had computer problems in his combine, and in his system, I can look up, and from the time they planned, I can tell you how much rainfall they got. He had 10.8 inches of rain for the entire year.
Damn.
Well, that's not
low.
good.
But he was still getting over 200 bushels, so you know, he'll be all right.
He'll survive, but people that get less than that, I mean,
That's not much rain. I mean, when you think for a year, that's not much rain for crops.
no.
Yeah. Now, when you figure it takes 25 inches to grow a crop, so you know,
Exactly.
they get what they're getting.
Yeah.
They're doing pretty good.
And when you say 10 inches is all they had, I was like, man, 10 inches at one time, that's a lot. But no, over a year or over a crop thing, you're talking, you know,
Yeah.
1/8 inch of a rain here, an 1/8 inch there and stuff to add up to that.
Yeah. So most of them all carry crop insurance. I mean, they won't.
Yeah.
You know, they're not going to make a killing, but they'll be all right. They'll do fine.
Yeah, we're going to pay for it, though, at the stores.
Oh, hell, we're already paying for it, and it's not even really affected us yet.
Yeah. So how was Hog Rock and Stubborn American? What did I miss?
They were fucking great.
Anyway.
Nice.
Hey, Busted, got to stop you real quick. But you had mentioned the drought and stuff down in Oklahoma. That was the only thing that sucked about Stubborn because we had a fire ban.
Yeah.
You know, because they took all the fire pits and stuff out, so we couldn't have fires sitting around at night. And I don't know if you rode, you know, north of there, like we went to Chuck's Cycle Shack or
whenever I rode through, I rode that.
Did you see some of them properties that were all burnt up?
Yep. That winding stair.
Some acres and
Roadway.
stuff. And there was one, I don't know if it had to have been some type of building. I'm assuming it was a house burnt down. There was 2 cars burnt up and this and that.
Well, see, now the house was fine, though. Well, it wasn't a house, it was a trailer. The trailer was fine.
That place I saw, that was fine. Everything else around there. But there was another place I saw. You can tell there was a building. Maybe you missed that one. It was all burnt up and stuff. But yeah, I saw that place with a trailer. Like the trailer was okay, but
the trailer was fine. Everything else around it was just burnt to fucking crisp. I'm like,
yeah.
Well, the meth lab didn't explode. I mean, what the hell? What made this thing catch on fire?
Lightning, this and that.
Yeah.
Damn cigarette butt thrown out.
Yeah. I mean,
who knows?
That gets more fires than anything.
That was the only thing that was my only complaint about Stubborn. There was nothing to do because that was a law, you know, absolutely no fires. Unless you had a charcoal grill or something and you were fine, but I didn't have that. We just sat there around the tents drinking in the dark. And then at 2 a.m. when it got down to 40 degrees or something like that, damn, this is cold.
Oh hell, I was never really cold there. At Hog Rock, I got fucking cold. And then at some point in that week and a half, I caught fucking COVID. So, or it may have been, I thought it may have been when I got home. I was really hoping that the other people I hang out with didn't get COVID, but one of them tested positive. So, I
got sick as a dog.
I gave it to her.
I tested. I was negative. I was like, okay, Buster didn't give me his damn COVID.
But I was really hoping that none of them tested positive, because whenever I got home on Sunday from Hog Rock, I came home, I took a shower, and I was cold. I was cold when I walked in the door. I was cold after I got out of the shower. I turned the heat up in the house because the air conditioner was still on. It was 65 degrees in this house. I'm like, there's no reason I should be fucking cold because it's 50 outside. I rode here in 50 degrees. I should be warm when I walk in this door. I should at least be warm after I get out of the shower. Couldn't get warm, so I turned on the heater. I was cold all damn day on Sunday. But whenever I went up to VFW for my meeting, we had a guy that actually had a seizure. Standing at the bar, Unfortunately, he was standing and not sitting. Well, it's still a bar, so it's still a long fall, but dude fell, cracked his head open.
Shit.
And I'm I used to be a state certified first responder, so
you know what to do. But
I ran over, I held his head, I told the bartender, make sure you call 911, don't rely on anybody else, blah blah blah. And he finally started coming to, and he was kind of coughing up in my direction. I'm like, I can't put anything over his mouth because that's a bad thing.
Yeah, with a seizure.
Yeah.
Well, you just don't want to stick anything in his mouth with a seizure because your finger will be gone, or he'll bite you off, and it's in his throat.
A spoon or a pencil or something. You never put your finger in there.
Well, you don't want to put anything in there, period. But didn't want to cover his mouth because he's trying to breathe, and he's coughing up in my direction. I'm like, and then I found out on Monday, whenever I got home Monday evening from picking up my boy, that I need to go ahead and take the home test. Just because I didn't feel bad. I just didn't feel great. I didn't feel right. So I took a home test, and that came back positive, quick, fast, and in a hurry. But I didn't know how the home test works. I'd never taken one.
Right.
I put the dropper on it, and it showed positive. I thought, well, maybe it shows positive before it shows negative, because it says wait 15 minutes. Nope, it was positive the entire time, because when I took one at the clinic, they called me before I got home.
It may not have been from that guy, because there's other people in the bar, this and that.
Yeah.
I can't blame it on him. But
one of the people I go to Hog Rock with, she tested positive, so. And me and her hung out just a little bit. So she tested positive, I tested positive. But before I got home from the clinic test, the clinic is less than a mile away. And you stay in your car. Before I walked in my house, they called me and go, hey, you're positive. Well, shit.
Well, at least you got a quick result.
Yeah. It's a 15-minute test. It took less than 2.
Did you get vaccinated, Busted?
Nope.
Okay. So I got vaccinated. I had to with work and all that crap, but
they told us we had to be vaccinated so we could quit wearing our mask at one point. And I went, sure, yes, I'm vaccinated, because you can't ask me to see my vax card. So
right. That's
But then again, they could have went, hey, if you don't show us your vax card, you still have to wear your mask.
Right.
But they never did that for us. So
we have that at work to this day or whatever. Now they've got more lax on it, but if you are positive and you feel okay, you can still work, but you got to wear a mask.
Yeah, I got to wear a mask for the next 5 days at work. Yeah. 4 days, whatever it is.
Now while I'm hearing on the news, like this morning, they're saying the flu is sky high. In the last few years has been very low because it's COVID.
Right?
I think they're just combined together.
Yeah.
It's like, come on.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Now I got to get a flu shot and this and that and stuff too. No.
A mask is the biggest joke there is. Does anybody really understand how that works?
It doesn't.
Put your mask on and go outside when it's cold and exhale.
I mean, unless you got a full respirator on, you're painting cars, then you're safe. But come on.
Exactly.
That little mask thing and shit with our full beards and stuff. No. Just come on.
It's a joke.
There's no way it seals. So.
Okay. I'm sorry I'm live here.
Who you sorry to?
Oh no, my wife. She's gonna go to bed.
We
I
seen
told her
her
I was live. I told her I was live and stuff.
We seen her in the background earlier in the kitchen.
Yeah, it was my little office area stuff. Come here for a second, Linda Lou. Nope, she won't come.
That's no news.
That she used to in Discord people she's met and stuff.
We see her back there.
Yeah, she's gone. I gotta go get her. I gotta go out there. Good night.
Honestly, I'm probably going to call it quits before too long.
She loves to ride, but she just can't ride as many miles as I can. That's where she doesn't come to Adams and stuff.
Well, you have to bring her down to Hog Rock at some point.
Yeah. I said, you know what? It's the same with me on the bike. I get comfortable and stuff, but same thing in the car. I can drive forever and stuff. Just back gets sore, legs get sore. I got to get out and stretch a little bit. That's what I do when I ride and stuff. I mean, I froze my ass off coming from here down to Bedlam's in St. Louis, and I froze my ass off coming home.
Yeah.
Well, I left down there Monday. I made to St. Louis, and I put my long john stuff. I forgot my chaps. I had the long johns with my jeans and stuff. I did good. I said, I'm right on schedule to be home at midnight. It got so freaking cold. I was stopping at every truck stop, rest area. I didn't get home till 4 in the morning. And finally, one rest area, I started thinking, I said, you know what? I was fine on top. It was my legs and stuff. Even though I had long john, I said, you know what? I'm going to put my rain gear on, my rain gear bottoms, because they're really good, good quality. That was a huge help because it stopped the wind from going through.
Yep.
I could feel the coldness, but I'm like, because I'm coming up Interstate 55 and it's pitch black, and I'm staying with semis because I can't see it. There's deer and this and that, but I'm like, these guys are a little too slow for me. So I, pass them up. I'm going 75, 80 miles an hour, 2 o'clock in the morning, just letting her roll.
Oh yeah, I mean, when you're cold, you're cold. It doesn't matter if you're doing 60 in cold or if you're doing 100 in cold.
Well, I stopped in Pontiac, Illinois. You probably know where that's at. The rest area there.
Once.
And I got there. It was 37 degrees. That's where I stopped. And I just took my jacket and everything off and went inside and got warm and stuff like that. That's why I actually put my rain gear bottoms on. So I said, I got to get warmed up first. I sat there for a good hour. Drinking some coffee, this and that stuff. And then I was good to go. Next stop was for gas. I went to a truck stop, got gas, went in there, got me something to eat and this and that. But yeah, I just took my time. But at 37 degrees, I can ride in that. So but do it at 75 and 80 miles an hour, that wind chill is a mother.
Yeah. Well, on my way back from Hog Rock, it was I don't know, high 40s, low 50s.
And that was in the daytime,
high
though.
40s, not the low 50s. But at one point, you're just like, fuck it, I'm cold.
Mm-hmm.
and you just lay into the throttle, and you're like, nope, I'm still the same level of fucking cold.
You know, when I was younger and stuff, it bothered me, but not that much. Now it's just like, man, I just with arthritis, this and that and stuff, that cold just kills me.
Well, whenever I left Hog Rock, one of my buddies drove down and pulled down a golf cart, and he goes, well, you're going to be at the house when I get there? I'm like, no, you'll probably end up beating me there.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, because you're getting ready to leave, and I still got a little bit of, I want to help him, my other buddy, pack up his stuff, and I got to put on all my gear, and I probably won't be able to move as fast as you. And he goes, okay. Well, I passed him about 40 miles outside of Hog Rock, and then I stopped and got gas and bullshitted with some other people that were passing through, and I thought they'd been at Hog Rock because one of them was pulling a trailer and everything. Apparently they hadn't been at Hog Rock, and I still made it back before him.
I'm going next June. It'll be my first time down there. I mean, it's
a fucking blast.
It's,
We love
5
every
hours.
goddamn bit of it.
It's about a 5-hour ride for it. For next June, I'm going to go.
See, now somebody at one point asked me, it was posting one of the motorcycling groups I'm in, you know, is Hog Rock worth the drive there? I'm like, well, it depends on how far the ride is. He goes, well, it's 9 hours from, he said in Montana. I'm like, that's 19 hours from Montana.
Montana ain't 9 hours. No, yeah.
No.
I was like, it's definitely not worth the 19 hours, but now I'm thinking it's worth the 19 hours. I mean, as many times as I've been there, it all depends on what you want to see when you get there.
But everybody
What
wants
you're
to,
expecting.
everybody wants to hit every rally at least one time, you know? I mean, you want to do that from Montana, no, that ain't 9 hours. It's shit. From my house here in northern Illinois, it's almost 1,000 miles. It's 900 something miles to Sturgeon.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody's like, oh, no, you're so close. I said, no, I'm not.
I mean, for a normal person, you are a day and a half ride. Because most people only want to do 600-700 miles in a day.
Well, me and Bedlam, when we came down there to Adams, and we got to Eureka Springs because we stopped and saw Uranus. You know, old 66. We did some
I stopped on
stop.
the way home.
We talked about it down there stuff. But we made it to Eureka Springs, and we had a great dinner at Cat House and stuff. We met Jeff. Jeff heard that we were going to Adams. And I'm like, I said, Jeff, we're talking, and he'd been drinking stuff. I said, I don't know if you can help me out. I said, I need a place to stay tonight. I said, because from here, it's another 4.5 hour ride to Adams. It's dark. You know, and you're doing part of the pig trail, and you know them curves and all that shit, stuff like that. I said, I don't want to navigate it at night, and it's not enjoyable. Well, his place was full, but he hooked us up with a great room at a Days Inn for half the price.
Nice.
So me and Bedlam, we sat there and, you know, had a couple more beers and had a nice dinner and stuff. We were so exhausted, so we went up there and, you know, woke up the next morning, took a great shower and this and that. We hit the road, and then we were able to see, you know, enjoy the ride. We weren't going to enjoy the ride at 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night when it's dark.
No.
Hell, honestly, in the afternoon, the ride on the pig trail was damn near unbearable because the sun was in your face, it seemed like, for 90% of the curves that you were on. And I will be right back. So you three talk to each other.
Well, Brad's not really talking. He's driving. We don't want to distract him too much.
Yeah.
That's all right. I don't have my glasses.
I'm Greg HD. It's nice to meet you.
Greg, where are you at?
I'm in the furthest northeast corner of Illinois.
What's
I'm
the
a
name
mile.
of that?
Winthrop Harbor is my little town. I'm a mile from Lake Michigan and a mile from Kenosha, Wisconsin.
All right. I got family up that way.
And all these people I met down there at or other people I met down there at Adams, stuff like that, they're coming up for the 120th. Harley anniversary, which is in July, so September, or whatever. Like, I said, well, I got an apartment downstairs. No one's in there, and I got this property. Now all of a sudden, I got all these people want to come stay at my house.
We'll have to meet up at Milwaukee.
But
we'll have to meet up in Milwaukee because I will be there at Milwaukee.
All right, I'll be there. I've gone every year for since the 95th or whatever. I mean, every year they have something, but the main anniversary years is the big ones. I don't know what Harley's up to doing it in July this year because it's always Labor Day weekend, and now it's moved to July, so I'm not sure what they got going, but I'm gonna find out. And
I wonder if they will rent the. I wonder if they'll rent the Summerfest grounds again.
Well, they always have for the big anniversaries.
Yeah.
I always buy my ticket. It's like $100, $120 to get me in and out of everything, and And I just come home every day because I'm 30 miles away. Mm-hmm. I got some other friends that live here. They do hotel room stuff up there. I was like, no, it's just too much money. $150, $200 a night. I can put that in my pocket and spend it in the daytime and shit.
I got mother and sister-in-law live in Waterford.
Wisconsin. Oh yeah. I'll tell you what, the bunker. Have you been to Waterford?
I have, but it's been a few years.
Yeah, the bunker's in Waterford there. That's a great bar. They got bands and this and that. And it's all military. They got jets and stuff like that. And way in the back corner, like a big nest thing up there, like a little Korean guy up in there and shit. Yep, been there many times.
We'll definitely have to connect and meet
definitely.
up at Milwaukee, man.
Yeah, man, definitely. I'll be back.
Oh,
it's not fair. You guys got to take a leak. You get up and go take a leak. I'm driving down the road. I don't have a choice.
Yeah, you do.
that's the floorboard.
We just can't say it on here.
Yeah, I wish.
Yeah, but we've also been drinking and you haven't, so
I don't know if I can quite say that. I'm just not drinking and driving, but
Well, that's good.
all right, you got me there.
That's
I
going to
guess I'll
be a
have
good
to drink for you
example. Yeah, drink for both of us, yeah.
it's a problem with a bunch of these farmers in Iowa, Get out the combine, you're riding in the middle of the dark, and all these new combines have built-in coolers in them.
Now, one of the farmers I used to work on his equipment, he would load his, the 5-gallon igloo cooler. He'd load it full of beer, dump ice on top of it, then fill it full of water. And then once he ran out of water, he had to drink the beer. And he made sure the water was ice cold that was being dumped in on top of the ice, so it wouldn't melt near as much of it.
There you go.
So he was drinking beer by 8 o'clock. And the beer would carry him all day long.
The first combine I got in today, about 9 o'clock this morning. Once they start, unless it rains or snows, they do not shut off till they're done.
Yep.
And
that's the way
they
most
farm
of them are.
They farm
Especially up
about
there.
40. They farm like 40,000 acres.
Yep.
So they just go in shifts. And
Yep, we've
so
got a few places like that. And then we also have the farmers that go, we don't care. We don't work on Sundays. We may work until 5 o'clock in the morning on Sunday, but we don't work Sundays because that's still Saturday.
yeah. So I got in the combine this morning about 9, and the boys were cracking a beer, and I'm like, holy shit, really? Like, hey, we've been up all night. We're about done. It's time for us to have a beer. I'm like, okay, you want one?
Yep.
Yeah, sure. Why not? I don't give a shit.
Sure.
Might as well start the day off right.
Is it bon temps relay?
The fuck does that mean, you French son of a bitch?
If Grant was on here, he'd totally say it too. Let the good times roll.
Okay.
Is what it means.
Have you ever noticed if Grant gets on a live stream, as soon as he starts talking about New Orleans, his Cajun accent comes back just like that.
It's a hell of a lot thicker, yes.
No, it's always Brad. It's always there. It just the more and more alcohol he drinks, the more and more it sounds. You know,
the thicker it gets.
Yes, it just gets thicker and thicker. It's always there, or at least I always notice it. But of course, I'm originally from New Orleans as well, so I know it. I mean, I listen, I know it, so well. So.
Oh.
No, like I said, next weekend, Brad. I don't know if you heard me earlier. Next weekend, house issues or not. Next weekend, bike's gonna get fixed. This is going on long enough. I'm like, no, I ain't waiting anymore. So,
nice,
no.
Nice.
Time to. I was telling a few other friends earlier. I'm gonna call a couple of. I mean, I have kind of one that I really want to go to. That a lot of my friends that ride around here, they've all gone to this one shop at different times for different things, and they've all said good things about this shop. So I'm just gonna be like, I'm gonna call them on Monday and say, okay, I'm bringing my bike this Saturday. Do you have the tires? Can you fix it? Can you put new tires on it? All right. Boom.
There you go.
So, yeah.
Yeah, we were supposed to take a. Oh, go ahead.
No, I want to get it fixed next weekend. So then the weekend after, I could take it for a good ride around here. And then the first weekend of November in Galveston, Texas, is the Lone Star Rally. It's a pretty big rally.
Oh yeah, yeah.
A lot of the aftermarket companies are there. Harley's there. I'm sure Indian's going to be there. It's probably. I think it's one of the. DDK. Sorry, DDK distracted me.
Sorry.
Didn't Adam Sandoval do a video on the Galveston rally a couple years ago?
Oh yeah, it was not a good video either. Not a good look for them.
Yeah,
that was a couple years ago.
Is what it was.
That was a couple years ago.
Trash was everywhere. Was his bitch.
Yeah.
Which I would bitch about that too. I mean.
Yeah.
But then again, it's not necessarily saying something about the people there. It was saying something about the people that are supposed to be cleaning up there, really.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can put trash in a trash can until the trash can's over full. I mean, it's not going to do you any goddamn good at that point. It's just going to fall out on the ground no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
There should be somebody emptying the trash cans more than once every 36 hours.
I've been to places like that and stuff, and if I got an empty beer bottle, I set it. I don't just throw it. I set it on the ground next to the can because it's overfilled.
Well, people started doing that, but at some point you just go, the trash pile's 5 foot
was
up.
Was that the one that you were talking about? And I'm sorry I came in late. So I had to run back to the garage to get some more beer, but you talking about the Galveston one that Adam went to, and he said he enjoyed it, but it was just the trash was all over the place.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That was the Rot Rally, wasn't it?
No, Rot Rally is here in Austin. The Rot Rally is here in Austin, close to where I live.
Okay. What's in Galveston then?
Galveston is the Lone Star Rally.
Okay.
Lone Star. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
I got to put my shit together. and I'm not to break you guys up a little bit, but I got to put my shit together because Iowa, writer talking about meeting them, and I got 3 guys that I met at Adams. They're coming up for the Harley 120th. I said, well, if you can get hotel rooms, good luck, Well, now they want to come stay at my place we were talking about. And then Bedlam's going to come, and then we got Ritz out there. He wants to come. I said, you know what? We'll just hang out here and have a big party.
Might as well.
I've had fish fry parties here with 60 to 80 people. I said, we can throw some tents up. I said, if my apartment downstairs is empty, well, we can put air beds up and stuff. And I mean, at least you got a place to pee and poop and take a shower, but it's only 30 miles every day to, go up to Milwaukee and back. But I'm thinking, shit, maybe I just plan a big old party here.
There you go.
Charge people.
Yeah.
I mean, tent space is premium, so. What did it cost you to stay in a tent there at Stubborn?
Me?
Yeah.
It was $40 or 45. And what pissed me off was maybe because I booked it so earlier, it was the same price for Bedlam, but Bedlam had to leave Sunday. I was good till Monday, from Thursday to Monday.
So that didn't piss you off. I mean, it was the same price. I mean, and you get an extra day out of it.
Same price. I said, you know what? I said he could have stayed. I said they're not coming around and checking that shit.
Yeah. Well,
I was there Monday morning.
Veterans camping, which they still send you a receipt for it. And
but
I know why they do it. But the price they showed on there was $270. Of course, it was discounted that whole $270.
Right.
But they showed that for tax purposes. I'm like,
were you in a cabin?
No, that was a free veterans camping.
Well, I know it's free veterans camping, but I mean,
in a tent.
Were you in a tent or were you in a cabin?
In a tent area.
And they charge $200 and something.
Well, they do that for the.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's free to you, but tax purpose wise, because it's free to you, but they can charge that. And go, hey, we took this loss because we, take care of our veterans.
Yep. So I understand it.
Cabins are only $100 and something. So I think it's like if you do a tree cabin, the tree house is like $200 a night.
Holy shit! Look at this! Look at this!
What? Oh, Bedlam's off work. Fuck you.
Yeah, dude. I'm gonna be. I just got out, so you guys talking about me, and I'm not on here. I'm sitting here watching you talk. Fuck.
Hey, I behaved. Hey, Bedlam, I behaved, Bedlam. I didn't down you.
I was just afraid we were gonna have to walk you back to a tent.
You were just worried about Uranus.
Oh, fucking Uranus, Missouri. Fuck that place.
Hey, we had a good time there, didn't we?
Yeah. If you guys ever watch 5 Dirty Bikers, you'd know. What the hell? Oh, really?
I don't know. I got you focused in. Where everybody else go?
I don't know why he did
He's
that.
on a solo layout right now until he turns his damn phone sideways.
Oh, you gotta go on military biker on him, Busted?
Yes.
You gotta go do a military biker on him.
I'm gonna be an asshole.
Why you gotta do that,
can't
bro?
really see, so.
Can't really see.
Brad, we can't really see. Iowa Hog, we can't really see, but we can see pretty damn good.
Yeah. Well, it's because mine's mounted. My fucking mount's right there on the dash on the truck.
You can't turn it sideways and not?
Let me try. Hang on.
Hey, Bedlam, you never told me. Did you and Busted hook up at Hog Rock?
Yes, we did.
There.
Okay. Yeah, I forgot to ask that.
Let me see if I can turn that sideways.
It's sideways.
There we go.
There you go.
There we go.
You off work or are you taking a break?
No. I'm off. Getting ready to head home.
Hell, you got us. Why do you want to go home? Just sit there in your truck.
Here's the real question. I mean, you guys, you're padding around it. You know what I'm saying? As far as stubborn, what did you really think about it? That's the question.
It was the small rally that I've been looking for, basically.
Okay.
It's relaxation.
Yes. It's a relaxation at the rally field.
I think it gets and none against you, Bus, and stuff like that in Bedlam. I think it gets a little overloaded with YouTube. Because that's all you people want to talk about, your YouTube channel. You know, I don't mind. Hey, I got a YouTube channel. Give me a sticker. I'll give you a sticker. This and that stuff. That's fine. I just like the relaxation stuff. I don't care about, oh, well, you need to change your kilobytes to a gigabyte and, you know, that kind of bullshit stuff that a lot of people talk about.
I'll tell you what, it really surprised me how many YouTubers were there when we're at the burnout pit. Because you see all these fucking cameras and fucking everything just pop up out of the fucking crowd, man.
I was there to break the world record, and I got the document to prove it and stuff from world record stuff. That's where it all started from.
That's fine, but it's like you and me discussed earlier. That event is basically a reunion event for all those that attended for the world record. That's all that event really is.
And there was a lot of YouTubers there then too, and a lot of them don't even exist anymore.
Well, those were all YouTubers that started out, and then only a few kept it up and got their shit over the plateau.
Right.
You know.
I tried to ask Fish when he was on, what made him come to the Stubborn American, being an Indian rider, and it, in my opinion, being a Harley event because it was founded off of breaking the world record for
all Harley.
But I never got the chance to ask, and I will ask him if he comes on another live, which I hope he does.
Hope so too.
He's a good guy.
He's really good.
Yeah. Well, I seen him running around down there. There's quite a few guys.
I never heard of him before.
I mean, I would like to go there. He's got that you know, the Stubborn is the biggest. The second biggest is was it April or May? It's a club thing or whatever, when everybody's invited.
Well,
and that's when they're racing up and down the damn road and this and that.
That's the Fast Life. They have that twice a year.
Yeah.
Is that it? Fast Life? Yeah.
Yeah, Fast Life Garage Camp Out.
I don't know. I'd really like to go to. When Mike was talking about, you know, from riding the Ozarks, his little Missouri rally that they hold.
Bless you.
I'd really like to go to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be a good time,
rally.
Yeah, that place that's in Buckhorn, Missouri.
Why don't the three of us, maybe four, Brad plans on going?
Yeah, I'll tag along, dude, just to go.
I'll find out when it is and stuff and see if I can get the time and whatever, but.
I mean, I'll skip June Hog Rock for that.
Was it April or May or something?
It's May.
Well, see, I've already got plans for June Hog Rock. I've already put that in. And then I'm supposed to leave from Hog Rock to go up to PA for, I'm meeting up with Ritz up there, and we're going to ride out to Laconia for the 100th. So that's going to be, I'm taking 9 days total off from work for that. For both events, actually. And then I know, depending on when and where they hold that Missouri rally, that Ozarks has is a chairman over, hell, I'll go to that too, just for shits and grins, just to see it.
Well, that's the one in Buckhorn. That's the
The word
I'm in town here, so I'm gonna jump off. But y'all have a good one. Ride safe, and we'll
Hey,
catch
go
you
get
next
one,
time.
Brad.
Okay.
All right, hey, be
All right,
safe.
buddy.
And, let's get
Be safe,
together
Brad.
towards July next year, and so we can hook
Definitely.
up.
Definitely
Well,
sounds good, man.
All right, guys.
the Mid America is May 27th through the 30th.
Yeah. Well, that was is that a definite date?
That's a definite date. It's already posted, so
It's on the
Oh.
internet.
Because
It's on the internet.
well,
It's
I
gotta be
looked and
true.
it only said for 2022 on the page that you had it on.
the
I didn't
one
see
that I
it
posted.
2023.
Oh, that does say for 2022. So
Yeah.
well, it's always Labor Day weekend. So
Oh, okay.
Labor Day or Memorial?
That
Labor
would be
Day.
Memorial.
Or
Memorial Day.
Sorry,
Labor Day is
May would be
September.
Memorial Day.
yeah, my bad. Brain
Mike's
fart.
in here riding in the Ozarks this year. In the chat. Correcting.
Memorial Day. Sorry.
Tell them to jump in on here because I can't read my chats.
Well,
Yeah,
you already had
it
the
was
link,
good.
and I'll post it
I'll
again.
tell you what,
if anybody else
it was
wants to
fun
join.
meeting Mike and the better half. His better half and so far when we were down there.
Yeah, she's definitely the better half. I mean, I
Oh,
don't know
yeah.
how
You know,
we
I
landed her.
commented on the thing. He's like, "Is that the Greg that was over here all the time?" I said, "Yeah, that's me."
Well, he said
Poor
the
Jeff.
Greg that was
Jeff
camping
was always
across from
drunk.
us,
and this and that.
you guys weren't right across from him. You guys were catty corner. I'm like,
Right?
it's different Greg than I know. Then I mean,
No, we were kitty
top
corner.
line, I'm like, oh hell, I know that guy.
Yeah, I mean, straight across the road was the porta potties, and just to the right and stuff was Mike and stuff, and I talked to you a bunch of times over there and stuff, because I was drinking this and that. But
If I would have known, I would have sent you an invite so we can. Hold on 1 second. I got a kid asking me a question.
Mm.
No, I'm gonna just say that I enjoyed myself. It was laid back. That the campground, they still got a lot of work to do. I mean, even though it's only been going on for a couple of years, but they still got a lot of work to do to make it a lot better if they're going to continue it. And then if they're going to continue it, not being a reunion rally, for the world record, yeah, he'll have to put some real money
that's the
into
reason
it.
he changed it to Stubborn American Party. So it's not really, the first year after that and second year your reunion thing, but now it's a Stubborn American. That's
what
really
I'm getting. That's what I'm getting at. If
because everybody always asks, "Well, is he going to do another one?" I said, "Why would he do another one? We already hold the record." Now, if somebody breaks that record, then he's going to call us all in and say, "Hey, we got to get this record."
Well, that's what their union is to show that not afraid to break the record again.
Right. And that was overseas for a lot of years. So that's the reason it took him 4 years.
It was in
He
Greece.
tried to break that record.
Five tries.
5 tries, yeah. Because I tell you what, people say, 3,497 bikes. That's a lot of Harleys, but they ain't that many. We had more than that in the parade in Milwaukee. I said, no. Guinness World Records was very strict. I mean, they got to match VIN numbers, with your motor, this and that, and da-da-da. I mean, it's, you just can't build something.
Oh, yeah.
Because
they ain't playing around. They are not playing around.
They put a sticker on there, and then an hour or two later, they walked around. Somebody rechecked it, and this and that, and then they gave me my timing strip. I had to wear around my neck when I did the thing, and
I don't know. I know once. It's like I said though. I know if he actually invested more money into it and got more, got really going on it, it could be a really big thing. If he really stayed involved in it.
Yeah, but right now it's all in the office. It's not him.
Right.
Yeah, in the office. Because I asked him, I was like, so next year, the first falls on a Sunday. because the first fell on Saturday this year, the first falls on Sunday next year. I'm like, is it going to be the first Saturday or is it the first Sunday? And he goes, that's something that they have to ask the office.
Right.
And then Ashley said, well, technically Sunday is still the weekend, so the first Sunday is.
I mean, he's got all these other parties that happens there, plus in between all that, just regular camping. But he does a Halloween thing for the town. He does the Christmas thing for the town. You know, all these people come in, the town people. He's always busy. That campground stays busy, even with just people in the area and stuff, not just bikers and stuff coming
there. Put trash bag in, please. Thank you.
Plus, he's in the process of trying to find another campground, which I think is ridiculous in going out west, but
he should really come east to the bigger population, but
well, I think he didn't admit to me because he said out west he's looking at Arizona, and he did say something in one of his videos, probably about January, he's gonna announce it. So you know he's got something locked in or he's working on something like you know,
here's a question. How'd you like it when I went up there and asked him to fucking challenge him to come to Hog Rock?
The way him and Ryan both dodged the question, which he's already he already said he had plans. He already has plans for June. Obviously, he already has plans for October.
Well, his schedule's already full.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's only 600 miles. It's only 600 miles away. What the hell?
Believe at some point he will come. It's just not going to be this year.
Right.
Or next. Now, if they push Bikes, Blues, and Barbecue next year, the same what Mike is saying to the exact same weekend, then yes, I believe we have a shot of getting him there.
Mm-hmm. Well, then I look at it like this.
That'd be tough for me in October. Do I want to go to Hog Rock or do I want to blues, and barbecue?
Well, no. If they push it, it'll be the same weekend as Stubborn.
I want to do that.
If they move it, it'll be the same weekend as Stubborn.
Yeah.
For Bikes, Blues, and Barbecue.
Well, that's the issue they had this year. That's the issue they had this year with the Cat House girls. They just stayed on stage and then they left. They didn't walk the campground stuff because one, he was short-handed, and the following weekend they're getting ready for Bikes, Blues, and Barbecue, and it's like, oh man. But Jeff was nice enough when they heard that me and Bedlam were there and going to go see Adam. Granted, he'd been drinking stuff, but he hooked us up with a nice room.
Yeah, that was cool.
I mean, he goes, I'll give you a place upstairs, but he already had people up there and stuff, but he would have gave us that for free. But we paid what, half the price or 3/4 the price, but what was it, $40 a piece or whatever? But
we paid $100. We got to that. Well, he got us hooked up with that hotel down the road, and I think it was $100. Yeah, we split it. It was $100 total.
Oh, that's what it was, $100. Yeah, but still,
not bad.
I wasn't ready to ride. I'm exhausted because I've been riding since 2:30 in the morning and stuff like that. And
you're doing better.
I want to ride them roads, back roads, like I said earlier, at nighttime and shit, and you can't see nothing. It was more enjoyable ride the next morning. It was more enjoyable in the morning and stuff, and you can see the curves and this and that and see the scenery. And
I'm going to tell you what, that was the ride down and then taking the 23, part of the pig trail and stuff like that. And then across a lot of that shit, a lot of the bridges and everywhere you see the scenery, it was just awesome. Just the ride down alone is worth it. If you pick a good route, just the ride down there alone is worth it.
And we picked a good route. We took the fastest route out there, and then I said, you know what? And then you go south here after Springfield and go down there to Eureka Springs and hit the big trail. And
it
was a beautiful ride.
I mean, that was beautiful ride. I loved it.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, and then getting into
I mean,
Eureka,
I didn't
hanging
know
out with
at
Jeff.
Uranus, but Uranus is Uranus. But
Oh, Jesus, really? You and that fucking Uranus, Missouri, man.
hey, come on! You saw that Wednesday through Sunday.
Hey, we like to play in Uranus, damn it.
Hey,
Man.
Wednesday through Sunday. What was that? Took a picture of that sign. Took a picture of that sign. Wednesday and Sunday was the creamiest ice cream, creamiest in Uranus at the ice cream shop. Creamiest in Uranus.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we saw the world's largest belt buckle. World's largest belt buckle.
Now, what was funny is when we were there at Uranus, Missouri, the fudge place.
The fudge packing place?
Oh, yeah, they'll pack your fudge really good. And I'll tell you what, it smelled good, though.
Standing at our bikes and are getting ready to leave, and a couple that rode in, and they're older than us, of course, and she looked at us and she goes, it was the funniest damn thing. She goes, this is the most gayest shit that I've ever seen. And
Yep.
she's all decked out in leathers and shit. And I fucking laughed. I could not stop laughing.
And we just started laughing our asses off.
That's funny.
Literally
Honestly, that
blew
would have been
off
me
with
on the
that,
way
man.
through because I was wearing full leathers. And, well, I guess I really only wear full leather until I got to Pacific, Missouri. And then I took off my leather jacket.
Well, what time did you leave out?
When I'm going more than a couple 100 miles from the house, I wear chaps because there's just I seem less tired because it doesn't seem like it beats the hell out of your legs.
No.
That's where I had an issue at. I didn't bring my damn chaps.
Now, see, I don't wear my chaps unless there's cold weather, man. And
Well,
when I left,
It don't fit me anymore. I put too much weight on, so I was like, "I ain't gonna fit me and stuff." They're American made chaps. They're real thick leather, but soft. And
when I left out of Stubborn and got, let's see, I think I left around 10 or 11.
yeah, something
And I
like
rode
that. You
straight through. Yeah, I rode straight through, coming straight home because I had a family emergency, of course. But yeah, I think I didn't stop. I started getting really cold when I hit Sullivan, Missouri, and I actually had to pull over and put all my heavy leathers on. Man, that was the only time.
Yeah.
You know, I waited until the following Wednesday to come home.
Yeah.
And I left Enid, Oklahoma at 65 degrees.
Nice.
I had on my
Campground when I left.
huh?
I didn't see you at the campground ever. I left Monday, but I didn't see you anywhere.
I left Enid, Oklahoma. That's far.
Oh, you had left the campground, but you went to Eno.
I left-
Okay, gotcha.
I left the campground Sunday morning,
Okay,
Yeah.
but I went to visit family for a few days.
okay, yes.
So whenever I left, I had on I have a combat T-shirt, they call it, that one of my buddies got on deployment that I stole from him. I had on a T-shirt over that, and then a Dixon flannel. That was my long sleeves. Never had on my leather. As far as that goes, I wore my chaps and a pair of jeans. I never put on a pair of gloves or nothing. At 65 degrees in northern Oklahoma, it was fucking perfect. I left at 7:30 in the morning. Well, at 65 degrees, usually I'm pretty damn cool when there's no sun out.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta have a pair of gloves on at 65. Well, a small pair of gloves, not like a thick, heavy leather pair. But I gotta have something over my hands, and I gotta be able to. But it was fucking perfect. And I just cruised right along. So, and then whenever I got to Uranus, or Waynesville, I had to get a Dixon, and I I wanted to take off the chaps, and I'm like, no, I just need to go ahead and keep these on because I know how much my jeans just kind of flapping around are gonna kill me. Where the hell did he go?
He'll come back.
Man,
Well, that's why when I left Monday morning, I put my long johns on underneath my jeans and stuff because I knew I was gonna be and I was warm, pretty hot and stuff. I had a long sleeve t-shirt, this and that, because I knew I'm gonna hit cold weather once I get further north and stuff. So I stayed warm, this and that, and hit St. Louis. I was good, but after St. Louis, it started. That's why I told that story earlier. I told that story earlier, so I'm gonna repeat it. I felt that temp drop.
Yeah.
Pontiac, Illinois, I hit. It was 37 degrees, and I was like, damn.
Here's a quick one. So Greg here pulls over, or I can hear him he's riding. I can hear him, and he's calling me. I'm already home, out shopping with the wife, and this guy is 15 miles from St. Louis. And I'm thinking, he tells me, he goes, hey, I'm 15 miles from St. Louis. I said, well, you better just keep fucking going because I'm not home.
Yeah, talk about stopping and seeing you. At least take a break. And you're like, no, we're out shopping. I'm like,
I'm out shopping with the old lady getting shit. You better just keep on going, bro.
Keep on going, bro.
I passed Highway 3 and I just waved to you and just kept rolling.
All right. Well, just so y'all know, in 4.5 minutes, we're going to call it quits.
Okay. Why 4.5 minutes?
Because then he's met
That's
his mark.
The 4-hour mark.
Okay. Yeah, I still need to take a shower.
Yeah, I can smell you from here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I stink. So.
Hey, but at least I'm gonna go to bed with my CPAP machine. You won't hear me snore.
And dude, really, I'm watching this scroll, and I'm finally able to read what the hell it says.
Yeah, the guy in the top left corner, hit the like button if you agree. Who put that on? Who put that on there?
Me did. Busted it.
I don't even have a my screen is 4 of us talking stuff. I don't even have a like button.
Well, if you're on the main YouTube, there's a like button.
I don't know.
There's a thumbs up.
Busted. It was good. It was good meeting you down there.
Nice
And
meeting you. Nice seeing Hog Rock too.
Oh yeah, man. But I know I'll probably see you more at Hog Rock.
Now that we know each other, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I told you, if you ever want to hook up, go for a ride, some shit. We're not that far from one another.
I wanted to ride the River Road at some point. So
hey, maybe the spring or something like that. The 3 of us get together. I can always ride down that way, and or you guys come up and I go out west and go up to Poopies or something like that.
Well,
yeah, I want to go out to
ride the River Road and camp out there for the night, and then ride home the next day. So.
Yeah, there you go. No, that Great River Road, dude. I need to find out when the fall leaves are kicking up, because that's the perfect time to get out there and ride that.
Well, right now is when they're kicking up.
Yeah, me and my wife, I got to talk to her and stuff. I'd like to take her for a ride. It's going to be cool and cold, but I'm not at the Wisconsin border. We ride from Wisconsin, go up in the mountain areas and stuff, and see them pretty leaves.
I'm just wondering who that one person is that's still watching this. There's still one person watching this.
Yeah, I'm still logged in at work.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be him. 'Cause I'm logged out of it.
Yeah, I'm logged in at work still. Don't worry about it.
Well, wait, the show's 2 now.
Well, that's because I got a coworker. She was watching it too.
I'm down to 2.5 minutes. I got 2.5 minutes left. I'm gonna go get me another beer.
Yeah, dude, I've been wanting to do the Great River Road, but
45 seconds. So
what else? Would you hear about Shady Jack's, right? Down here in St. Louis? Yeah, he's closed.
I wanted to go there too. I mean,
yep.
But it's not like someplace I can just go to. I mean, you gotta have a reason to go.
Well, it's a bar, and they usually had bike nights and stuff like that. But it really sucks that he retired and got sick too. That's the only reason he closed. Yeah. So,
who closed? I tried. I went and got a beer. Who closed up?
Shady Jack Saloon down here off of Broadway in St. Louis.
Monkey's talked about him before. His daughter has.
I was gonna say, didn't Monkey?
Oh, that's that windmill place. I have lunch at.
Yeah,
Monkey's from St. Louis, so.
Yeah.
Shady Jack's was like neutral territory for all bikers. That's what that place was.
You know what? Did I pass that place when I came to your house?
No, you didn't.
Okay.
That's on the downtown, man.
I know I passed that.
St. Louis, bud.
I know I passed that barbecue place that you brag about.
Yeah, that's Sawmill, man.
The Sawmill, yeah. I didn't make it there in time to get that, but
yeah,
that was on corner of 3 and McAllister or something like that. And
McAllister, I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
I don't know. It's on the corner there by 3 and something. I just made McAllister up, but
yeah, you did.
But at least I had 3 right. I know it's on 3.
Dude, it's on 3 and the corner of Route 3 and 157.
See? 157. Look it up on your map. It's going to say 157 bike / McAllister. I know your damn town better than you do, and you've been there all your life.
That ain't no shit. I'm trying to get out of here now.
All right, well, time to call it quits, y'all.
All right, Busted.
Today it was great.
Maybe next time I'll get on here longer with you, brother.
All right, bud. Well, I may try and do a hog rock live stream here in. Well, you're on call or you're on work for the next 3 weeks.
No, for the next 2 Fridays, man, I got to work. So the only days I got off are Wednesdays and Thursdays.
Okay, well, I may try to holler at you.
Yeah, that's cool. That's fine, man. But yeah, until
rock live stream or something, or maybe just a bullshit live stream.
Yeah, you can do that. I don't care. We can do what I've done. Just bring up video pictures of fucking live on StreamYard with fucking hog rock videos. It's possible. I do it.
Oh yeah, I've done it.
Yeah.
But,
thanks for letting me on, Busted.
All right, no problem, man. If I would have known that you were the same Greg that was at,
that's me.
If I would have had, if I would have had your Instagram or your Facebook or your Messenger, I would have sent you a message to say, "Hey, come chat with us."
Well, you know what? I'm gonna subscribe to your channel stuff, and then
well, find me on Instagram too. So
I'm not on Instagram. I'm only on Facebook and Messenger.
I'm on Facebook, but I'm not ever on there for this channel. So
no, I got Messenger stuff.
But hey,
or Bedlam can let me know.
Yeah, just holler at me, and which we may do another one of these for for stubborn. We'll do one for hog rock.
Right. Or I'm kind of looking for next spring and stuff, and us getting together, just do a ride.
Yeah.
I mean, he's west of you and east, and you guys come a little north, and I go way south. We can have lunch and this and that,
or we can meet at Savannah, meet at Poopies, and then ride the road south, and then which damn near Bedlam will have to ride the
Poopies every now and then and stuff. It's 110 miles, I think, for me.
Yeah, it's a lot farther than that for me.
And me.
All right, yeah, you got to come right up north.
Yeah, but Bedlam, you would have a better ride than I would just going straight there.
Oh yeah, straight up the old
The straight ride for you is the river road.
Yep.
You can take the river road or up 39.
Me, I take 57 up, so.
Yeah, that'd be different. Yeah.
57.
Well, yeah, because you're down by Effingham and stuff. You'd have to come 57 and then switch over like 74 or something like that. And
then 55 and across and blah blah blah.
Right.
Blah.
Yeah, Busted wouldn't get all the views that I would get taking the river road. He'd get cornfield and soybean.
but we get to the River Road on the way back. So I mean,
Yeah.
or
Well,
the River Road,
you're
like
only
right
a
before
couple
we go to
hours.
Hog Rock. I mean,
Only 2.5 hours from Bedlam. You can ride over by his house, and then you guys ride up the River Road and stuff together.
yeah.
Hell, he could just meet me in Alton. You right there. It's like 30. Well, I don't know how far away it is for him, but I know it's only like 30, 40 minutes for me.
I mean, you got to go down by like
an hour and a half to me, so I mean,
go west of Bedlam. You'd have to go all the way down like by Mount Vernon, and then go over there by him. So you'd actually have to go south, unless you guys had a meeting place.
well, I mean, we just meet on the River Road, and
Yeah. See, that's one thing I missed, man. Since I went to Stubborn, I missed the damn rat run.
Right.
Because usually the rat run takes place, and it ends over there in Alton, near where the Great River Road is, where everybody rides that. And I missed the rat run and went to Stubborn instead.
Well, it
So I don't
depends.
know.
That whole thing. There's so much shit going on these days. Which one do you pick and choose? You know, and
Well, the rat run's been going on for years.
right, because you got some patches. I saw that on your vest.
Yeah, I got rat run patches on me. But usually that started out of shit.
this time
See,
of
that's
year too. So
What are you
This was the
drinking there,
last-
Busted? Out of that fruit jar.
that is apple pie moonshine.
Ah,
where'd you
In
get
my
that
opinion,
at,
it's
big
pretty damn
guy?
neat. Huh?
Where'd you get it at?
Well, where do you think I got it at?
You got it at Hog Rock.
Oh yeah, but it's
Now,
still.
who'd you
pretty
buy
goddamn
it
neat.
from?
Huh?
Which guy'd you buy it from?
The one on the RV road down by the 4 stripper poles.
Okay, that's the only guy I didn't buy from. Because we bought a jar.
Adam had a good one in his back pocket. He goes, "Greg, you want a sip?" I said, "Oh yeah," because it was jalapeno flavored. Man, this shit was smooth, but it had a little bite to it with jalapeno in there. I was like, man, that'll kill you.
This has no bite to it. I mean,
Yeah. Well, that's the way the tattoo guy was selling. We bought from him. We bought from everybody except the RV guy.
well,
And we
this
bought one
guy
jar
wasn't
from
in an
everybody.
RV. He was just down by the RVs. He was down by
Okay.
the 4 stripper poles.
Yeah, I heard. But we bought a jar from everybody else that was around us, just a taste test. So you
Yeah.
had the best shit going on.
Well, this is the
tattoo-
guy that had his own tasters that he was pouring.
Yeah, well, I don't know how well I trust that, but yeah, we ended up buying the rest of ours from the tattoo guy because it was smooth as hell going down, man. But you take a good sip of it, and yeah, you were lit. It was good.
Well,
And he had a variety.
They drank a quart of blackberry, and we had a good time that night, but I'm not sure if it's just because we were drinking so much already, or if it was because we were drinking a quart of blackberry moonshine.
I don't know. You want to leave the rest of this conversation about Hog Rock for another
That
time?
blackberry, you know, and they
All right,
would,
then,
hey, Busted,
quits. I will see you all
Busted.
next time.
hey,
I'm
Busted,
gonna
they would
continue the
actually consider
broadcast,
that
and we
a
will talk
blackberry
we will
brandy.
talk in the green room.